Oh Allah the Almighty,
Allahu Allah,
protect me and guide me,
Allahu Allah,
oh, to your love and mercy.
Allahu Allah,
Ya Allah, don't deprive me
Allahu Allah,
from beholding your beauty.
Allahu Allah,
Oh my Lord, accept this plea.
Allahu Allah. Hasbi Rabbi Jallallah, Allahu Allah, ma fi qalbi ghayrullah, Allahu Allah.
वो तन्हा कौन है,
Allahu Allah,
बादशाह वो कौन है,
Allahu Allah,
ओ मेहरबा वो कौन है,
Allahu Allah,
क्या ऊंची शान है,
Allahu Allah,
उसकी सब निशान है,
Allahu Allah,
सब दिलों की जान है.
Allahu Allah. Hasbi Rabbi Jallallah, Allahu Allah, ma fi qalbi ghayrullah, Allahu Allah.
Affeder günahı,
Allahu Allah,
alemin padişahı,
Allahu Allah,
yüreklerin penahı.
Allahu Allah,
İşit Allah derdimi, bu ahlarımı, rahmeyle bağışla günahlarımı. Hayreyle hem akşam hem sabahlarımı.
Hasbi Rabbi Jallallah, Allahu Allah, ma fi qalbi ghayrullah, Allahu Allah.
Ya Rabbel alemin,
Allahu Allah,
salli ala Taha'l amin,
Allahu Allah,
في كل وقت وحين.
Allahu Allah,
املأ قلبي باليقين،
Allahu Allah,
ثبتني على هذا الدين،
Allahu Allah,
واغفر لي والمسلمين.
Allahu Allah. Hasbi Rabbi Jallallah, Allahu Allah, ma fi qalbi ghayrullah, Allahu Allah. Ala al-hadi sallallahu, Allahu Allah, la ilaha illallah, Allahu Allah.
I'm sorry if I scare you, I scare myself too.
I scare myself too.
You found me terrifying, could it be you know who? What could I be hiding?
What could I be hiding?
What could I be hiding?
What could I be hiding?
You're the one saliva.
You're the most alive.
You're the one saliva! He's under my headscarf.
He's alive.
You're the one saliva, he's under my headscarf.
He's alive. He's alive.
You're the one saliva, he's under my headscarf.
Assalamu alaikum, welcome in. Hello, salams. I'm the debate queen. Y'all can call me queen. Let me just get some background music going for a couple minutes here. What seems good? What is good with y'all? Juma Mubarak to those who celebrate, otherwise known, just say Happy Friday. Here we go. But yeah, today should be a good stream. I finally think I got some good videos on Sufiism. A lot of it will probably be from Let's Talk Religion, because honestly, he does a really good job of like really covering Sufism and stuff like that. And then it's like when you like really like Google or like YouTube search like what's some like good videos, like they're not as good as his, or you just kind of are like scrolling, like no one has long depth, like, you know, videos of what it is. So yeah. Just checking some side things, you know how I do. But yeah, today should be a good Friday. But yeah, of course, still free Palestine. You know, yeah, just personally as a praying person, I'll, you know, send some duas. And I've been sending some duas that way and stuff like that. So, you know, if you're a praying person, pray. If you're not, then, you know, there's a way that you can contribute monetarily. I do have a command for Free Palestine in chat. So you can maybe donate to Doctors Without Borders. So, that. I got it. There we go. But yeah, otherwise, house chats Friday been? Hopefully it's been chill. Not too stressful. Hope you didn't work too hard today, doing whatever you are doing during the day or not doing during the day. But yeah, I thought we should just go ahead and get into it tonight, since I apologize for being way late tonight. So yeah, let's get into our videos on Sufism. I'll go ahead and pause the music so we can hear.
Hi, let's talk religion.
Also, some of these videos will be older, newer. He's kind of like gone all over the place when he's discussing Sufism and such. And so we'll also discuss some like other like Sufi mystics and things of that sort. But we'll probably get through the chunk mostly today about like what Sufism is and what maybe the music sounds like and things of that sort. So I think it'll be fun to watch.
So, as some of you know, I'm a student of religions, but my area of expertise is in fact Islam and Sufism. And now, what is Sufism, you may ask? And that's a very good question. I think when a lot of people think Sufism, they get this image. And technically, yes, that is Sufism, but it's in fact a very specific ritual by a specific order of Sufism called the Mevleviya that's based in Turkey. Sufism is in fact much bigger and more complex than this, and is a much more significant part of Islamic history than many tend to believe. Now, many people tend to describe Sufism as the inner dimension of Islam, or Islamic mysticism, or associated with ascetic individuals living in caves, in seclusion, in the wilderness. But this, in fact, is a great oversimplification of the subject. And Sufism is a tradition that has taken on many, many forms and diverse forms throughout history. To explain it properly, we'll have to go way back, all the way back, to the very inception of the Islamic religion and the immediate aftermath after the death of the Prophet Muhammad. In the years following his death, and as the Islamic religion was spreading throughout the world, many people struggled with how to apply the new religion and answer questions like what it is and how it should be lived. And in this early phase, a lot of different traditions emerged. One was the legal tradition known as fiqh, which established the diverse legal system we know today as Sharia, you know, that thing that everyone's so afraid of. And this was a way to establish the right way to live as Muslim people and as a society. Two other traditions that emerged were theology or kalam, and also philosophy or falsafa, which was inspired by Greek philosophy and tried to apply a lot of those ideas to the written sources of the Quran and the Hadith. And lastly, there was Sufism, known in Arabic as tasawwuf. It's difficult to know exactly when Sufism appeared, but we know that in the 8th and 9th centuries, the word Sufi was used to describe a certain group of individuals in and around Baghdad that lived extremely pious and ascetic lives and would often wear very cheap and simple clothing. In fact, many believe that the word Sufi comes from the Arabic word suf, which means wool, and referred to the kind of clothing that they would wear at the time. Now, it's important to note that these different traditions were in no way exclusive. Being a Sufi did not mean that you rejected Sharia or wasn't interested in philosophy, but these tended to blend together and was all sort of part of the early Islamic history. Also, Sufism should definitely not be described as a branch of Islam, as like Sunni or Shia, because Sufis throughout history has belonged to both of these denominations. Now, these early ascetic individuals would lay the groundwork for what would become a hugely diverse and influential tradition within Islam. One of the most famous of these early Sufis was in fact a woman named Rabi'a al-Adawiyya or Rabi'a al-Basra, and she's often described as a very beautiful woman who turned her back completely on the world and spent all her time in devotion and love for God. Now, this focus on unconditional love would later become a staple of Sufism, at least some branches within Sufism, and it is perhaps best expressed in one of her famous sayings. If I adore you out of fear of hell, burn me in hell. If I adore you out of desire for paradise, lock me out of paradise. But if I adore you for yourself alone, do not deny me your eternal beauty. Now, these early Sufis eventually evolved in different directions and are sometimes divided into two very general categories, which is sober Sufis and ecstatic Sufis. A very famous of the latter is a man by the name of Mansur al-Hallaj, who was a very controversial figure both during his lifetime but also to some degree still today. In a very popular story, it is said that Hallaj, after intense spiritual practice, entered an ecstatic state where he ran out on the streets of Baghdad shouting Ana al-Haq, which is usually translated to I am the truth. Now, truth or al-Haq is in fact one of the so-called 99 names of God, and thus what Hallaj was essentially saying is I am God. And this of course shocked the authorities at the time, who executed him in a rather nasty way for daring to associate himself with God. But according to many Sufis, what he was doing was actually quite the opposite. What Hallaj had done through his intense spiritual practice was to completely annihilate himself and become immersed in the reality of God. When he said Ana al-Haq, or I am the truth, he wasn't associating himself with God, but he had taken the I out of the picture completely and there was only God left. This, to Sufis, was in fact the ultimate sign of humility, and which is quite the opposite of what the authorities thought, and this was also become a main tenet of their practice. It's kind of similar to the philosophy that Jim Carrey is obnoxiously trying to convey in every single interview nowadays. In spite of its great diversity, especially later on, there were a few unifying practices and teachings that can be said to characterize Sufism generally. One of these is referred to as jihad al-nafs, or struggle against the self. Now, the nafs is a complex word that is usually translated to everything from ego to self or lower self. It's the part of us that we usually identify with, the I, or the me, so to speak. According to Sufis, the nafs is actually a veil that separates us from God, and thus it should be tamed and eventually taken out of the equation completely. The goal here is complete annihilation of the self, or nafs, known as fana, in which the veil is lifted and reality, as it is revealed. What this actually means is a debate that's been discussed throughout history, and there are a lot of different people who have very different opinions about it. But this also leads us to another unifying characteristic of Sufism, which is practice. How is this fana achieved? The most common practice is something known as dhikr, meaning remembrance. You've probably seen videos of dhikr with added dance music on top, as it often involves very intense bodily movements. Dhikr is a kind of meditation where the names of God, or the first half of the Shahada, there is no God but God, is repeated over and over again for long periods of time. There are kinds of dhikr that are very intense and physical, there are those that are very melodic, and also those like that of the Naqshbandiya order that is completely quiet. What they all have in common is the intent, which is remembrance of God, and thus also forgetfulness of the self, or the nafs. Another famous practice is something known as sama, which means listening. And these rituals often include music or recitation of poetry or the Quran, and has kind of a similar function to the dhikr. But here, ecstatic states are reached through listening to these things, music or recitation. Famous examples of sama include the whirling dervishes of the Mevleviya that I mentioned in the beginning, and also Qawwali music made famous by people like Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. As Sufism grew in popularity, it started to eventually become more systematized, both its teachings and its practices. Around the turn of the first millennium, Sufism can be said to have taken the form that, to some degree, it still holds today. And this was mainly for two reasons. One was the intellectual systematizations of its teachings and wider acceptance as a result, brought on by people like Abu Talib al-Makis, Abu Abd al-Rahman al-Sulami, and perhaps most famously, Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. It's not really historically correct to say that there existed a Muslim orthodoxy that was in opposition to Sufism, but Al-Ghazali certainly was one of the main factors in Sufism's wider acceptance throughout the Muslim world. In his book, The Revival of the Religious Sciences, he said to have successfully created a synthesis between Sufism, fiqh or jurisprudence, and Kalam-based theology, and which resulted in its, like I said, the wider acceptance. Also around this time, the practitioners of Sufism began to organize themselves into tariqas, or orders. Tariqa means way, basically, or path. Many of these orders still remain today and can differ dramatically in terms of practice or philosophy. Some of the earliest and most famous of these include the Qadariya, Shadiliya, Naqshbandiya, Rafaiya, and so on. All of these orders usually formed around a sheikh or a saint, which they call in Arabic wali, or friend of God, more properly translated, and the teachings that he is associated with. So the Qadariya was formed around a man named Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, and the Shadiliya around Abu Hassan al-Shadili, for example. And the veneration of these saints is also a great characteristic of Sufism generally, and their gravesites or shrines often become a place of pilgrimage. It is thought that these saints possess a kind of divine grace called barakah, which can be received by just being close to him while he's still alive, or after he's dead by his gravesite or shrine, as that shrine still possesses some of that barakah. The teachings and barakah of these saints is also passed down in a line of succession called silsila, which is why the idea of the sheikh is so important in Sufism. Generally speaking, if you are practicing Sufi, you need a sheikh, a spiritual master who will guide you on the path. His legitimacy is based on the line of succession that usually goes all the way back to the founder of the order and eventually also to the Prophet Muhammad himself. There's a whole lot to talk about when it comes to Sufism, and it all can't just fit into one episode, as that episode will become way too long. So we're gonna have to divide this into 2 episodes. So I'm gonna end this one here, and I'll release the next one next week. So I'll see you then.
Jinn position in the Islamic world. Oh, we gotta watch this, but not now.
It is.
But not now. I'll save that later for y'all. We'll save that for later because that will be really interesting. All right. Here we go. As always,
Hello
I will
again.
put it in chat and in Discord. So if you're not part of my Discord, then y'all should join. So that way you can watch these videos later if you don't get the video in chat, or you're watching this later, or what have you. Oh. There we go.
This is part 2 of our series about Sufism. Last time we spoke about the early history and its basic teachings and practices. And today we're going to discuss its later development, everything from medieval poetry to modern times. If anything, Sufism has become popular and known outside of Islam through its different expressions, like poetry and literature and even music. And one of the most famous ambassadors of Sufism, in the West at least, is the Persian poet Jalal ad-Din Rumi. He lived most of his life in Konya, Turkey, in the 13th century, but is still very popular today. In fact, recently he was the best-selling poet in America. He's so famous that even Beyoncé named her daughter after him because he was her favorite poet. He's also the founder of the Mevleviya order, which features our friends the whirling dervishes,
I didn't know that.
which in itself has become one of the most famous images of Sufism as
Fun fact about Beyonce, didn't know that she named her daughter Rumi, but you know.
well. What makes Rumi stand out is his incredibly beautiful use of language to express the intricate philosophies of Sufism, often through metaphors. He, much like our friend Rabia from before, puts a lot of emphasis on love and intoxication in the divine presence. For example, you'll find in his poetry a lot of references to wine drinking and drunkenness and people falling hopelessly in love with beautiful women. And while these verses are beautiful in themselves, it should also be remembered that when he talks about intoxication and wine drinking, that is actually a metaphor for intoxication in love for God. And all of Rumi's verses are really deeply rooted in Sufism and Islam. Here's an example. I am not of this world, nor of the next, nor of paradise, nor of hell. I am not of Adam, nor of Eve, nor of Eden and Rizwan. My place is the placeless, my trace is the traceless. 'Tis neither body nor soul, for I belong to the soul of the beloved. I have put duality away, I have seen that the two worlds are one. One I seek, one I know, one I see, one I call. I am intoxicated with love's cup. The two worlds have passed out of my ken. I am so drunken in this world, that except of drunkenness and revelry, I have no tale to tell. In this verse, he expresses both intoxication and love for God, but also a hint or indication of a unity and connection between creator and created. In fact, one can say semi-problematically that Sufism has tended to emphasize the immanence of God in the world more than other denominations. This became perhaps most prominently expressed by one of Rumi's contemporaries, Muhyiddin ibn al-Arabi, and his followers and the school that followed him. In what became later known as Wahadat al-Wujud, or the unity of being, Ibn Arabi presents a cosmology where in terms of being or wujud, God is actually everything that exists and the world are his manifestations. He writes the following: the world is illusory, it has no real existence. You have been made to imagine that the world is something separate and independently real outside of the absolute. But in reality this is not so. Now, Ibn Arabi should not be understood as a pantheist or even panentheist, as he very much still maintains the transcendence and incomparability of God to the world, while at the same time affirming his immanence and sameness. Needless to say, this doctrine has been very controversial, and while Ibn Arabi himself maybe didn't adhere to the philosophy of Wahadat al-Wujud as it became known later, many of his followers did, and it became a significant part of later Sufi philosophy. Discussions about what it means and how it should be understood has been a source of great debate throughout history. To his followers, like the famous Persian poet Jami, he's known as Sheikh al-Akbar, or the great master, the greatest master, while for people like Ibn Taymiyyah, which was his opponent, and the modern Wahhabi movement, he's often considered a heretic. Indeed, since medieval times and the influence of some of the people I've talked about, Sufism eventually grew to become the form of Islam practiced by the majority of the world's Muslims, right up until about the middle or late 19th century. And in some parts of the world, it still holds this position. For example, in Senegal, in which 92% of the population is Muslim, 95% of those Muslims belong to a Sufi brotherhood or order.
Interesting.
In other words, Sufism is certainly not a small sect of Islam, as some people tend to believe. Generally speaking, there are a lot of misunderstandings about Sufism, both in the non-Muslim and Muslim world. As a result of some, let's say, liberal translations of Rumi's work, for example, many people have come to believe that Sufism is something separated from Islam and some form of general spirituality. But when we consider its history, we can clearly see that its teachings are firmly rooted in Islam, and that the poetry of Rumi, for example, is often based on the Quran or the Hadith. With that said, within the limits of Islam, Sufism has evolved in many different directions and taken on many forms throughout history. It isn't just a tradition consisting of ascetic individuals living in poverty. It's been practiced by kings, landowners, military personnel, and people from all walks of life. Any generalizations like this, including that Sufism is a peaceful version of Islam, should be viewed very cautiously. Nonetheless, Sufism is still strong today, and many of the old tariqas or orders still have a large following, and some new ones have even popped up from time to time, like the Tijaniya or the Muridiyya in West Africa. Sufism is also often associated with music today, as many Sufi orders have used music in their rituals. For example, there is Youssou N'Dour from Senegal, who belonged to the Muridiyya and has had a successful career in the West by, among other things, working with people like Peter Gabriel.
Oh.
In his songs, he often sings about very important people from West African Sufism, like the Marabouts or Sheikhs, and also the prophets of Islam. He even has an album called Egypt that is specifically written about Islam and Sufism. Another good example is the Qawwali singer Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan from the Chishtiya order. He became famous in the late 80s and 90s through albums like Must Must. There is more interest in Sufism in the West generally, partly stemming from the popularity of Rumi's poetry and also to some, you could say, New Age interpretations of Sufism. Its enormous diversity is really difficult to grasp, and a short video like this is really insufficient to talk about it all. But with its increased presence in Europe and North America, and unfortunately also some news coverage about violence committed against Sufis, like the mosque attack in Egypt back in November, it seems relevant that we try to understand its complex history and different expressions. After all, things are rarely, very rarely, as simple as we like to believe. I'll see you next time.
All right. All right, here we go. We're just moving along. But yeah, we'll get into. He does a much longer video here of what is Sufism. So we'll do that. There we go. No, did I copy this? Oh, no, I didn't. Sorry, that's the last link. That's the new link. So sorry. All right. A lot of this I don't know about because I'm not really, like, I've done like some Dicker, like a little bit of Dicker and like Sufism, but like a lot of this I have no idea about. So we're all learning about this together. I may not have a lot of like comments, but it's mostly like we're all learning about this together. I, like think that this is pretty cool, so yeah.
If you've ever been enchanted by the poetry of Rumi, listened to the Qawwali music of Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, or maybe seen a powerful dhikr session, then you have experienced an expression of what is known as Sufism, a word that is used across the world and for different contexts, but which is often only known on a surface level for most people. You may have heard that it is a part of the religion of Islam, that it is spiritual in some way, maybe even that it is a very small fringe sect of Islam that is inherently peaceful. And while none of these claims are necessarily false, Sufism is often greatly misunderstood and misrepresented both within a non-Muslim and Muslim context. In fact, many may be surprised to learn that Sufism has played a significant role in the majority expression of Islam throughout history. It was the mainstream and remains so in many parts of the world still today. That it has played a powerful and major role not only for individual practicing Muslims and their spirituality, but also played a major role in politics and empires. Sufism is a very broad and complex topic, and today we're going to spend some time trying to learn what this tradition is, how it developed over time, and of course what its main characteristics are. So, what indeed is Sufism? Sufism is often described very briefly as Islamic mysticism. There are some issues with this simplifying definition, since the two terms cannot be directly equated and that they often narrow each other down too much, but I often say that it can still be a good starting point from which we can then nuance the discussion further later on. Sufism is intimately connected to the religion of Islam. It appeared within that religion, although we can certainly argue for outside influence impacting its origins too, and the two have until recently always been looked at in tandem with each other. In fact, for most of history, it would have been inconceivable to view Sufism as its own category, which would have been compared to Islam. It was Islam, or at the very least, an aspect of that religion. Neither should it be considered a branch of Islam. I see many people talk about Sufi alongside Sunni and Shia as branches of the religion, but this is very inaccurate. Sufism should rather be seen as a kind of aspect or science within Islam, similar and alongside other aspects like theology or fiqh, Islamic law. I sometimes refer to Sufism as a tendency within Islam, a certain practical and theological tendency that has certain characteristics, but certainly not as a branch. Indeed, Sufis can be both Sunni or Shia, although historically most of them have belonged to the Sunni group in particular. And going back to that term mysticism, Sufism is a part of the religion that certainly has aspects that we could term mystical in different ways. In short, Sufis have generally been Muslims that have emphasized ethics to a large degree, as well as spiritual practices and ideas about the immanence of God, and the ability to somehow achieve intimacy with God in this life through rigorous spiritual techniques that take you on ascending stations toward that ultimate goal of intimacy, sometimes even referred to as union with God. The word Sufism is in a way a modern academic term, but it is based on a self-description by the Sufis themselves. The Arabic and internal term for the tradition or spiritual science is tasawwuf, which means something like the path of becoming a Sufi. So, what is a Sufi then? It's clear that the term Sufi was being applied to certain individuals very early on in the Islamic civilization. Individuals that would often adopt renunciant practices or other ways of internalizing the Quranic message, the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad, and to purify the soul of egoism and vices. It is debated where this term, Sufi, actually comes from, and there are a few theories. The most widely accepted is that it comes from the Arabic word suf, which means wool, thus referring to the kind of clothing that these renunciants or quote-unquote Sufis would wear as a sign of asceticism. Another theory is that the word comes from the Ashab as-Sufa, the companions of the bench. This was a group of companions of the Prophet Muhammad that lived in poverty and spent all of their life on the bench or raised platform outside the Prophet's mosque in Medina, dedicating their lives to religious piety. This theory proposes that the word Sufi thus comes from the Sufa, thus indicating that the Sufis are the heirs of these particular companions of the Prophet. There is even a theory that the word comes from the Greek term Sophia, meaning wisdom, but this is the least accepted among scholars today. Whatever the case, these Sufis are there from the earliest periods of Islam. According to the Sufis themselves, Sufism has been around since the time of the Prophet Muhammad, him thus being the archetypal Sufi in a sense, the person that all Sufis want to emulate. This connection also of course becomes clear from the theory about the Ashab as-Sufa. Historically, it's hard to verify such claims, but what we can be sure about is that the Sufis as a distinct movement appear in the historical record very early on, from the 8th century or so. It's after this that people start being referred to as Sufis. But like we said, Sufis themselves will argue that even though the name didn't exist, the phenomenon itself comes directly from the Prophet and even from before him. An attitude really well exemplified by the Sufi figure Ali al-Hujviri, who writes in the 11th century that, quote, "Today, tasawwuf is a name without a reality, whereas before, it was a reality without a name." Some of these earliest Sufis, or perhaps proto-Sufis, include figures like Bishr al-Hafi, or Bishr the Barefoot, the female Rabia al-Basri, Abu Sulaiman al-Darani, and Ma'ruf al-Karhi, among others. It is in the later 9th century and early 10th that the movement really starts to flower and to come into its own, you could say. There were many parallel mystical movements popping up at the time, not all of which can be called Sufism without further nuancing. You had the so-called Malamatiya in the east, in what is today Iran, including famous figures like Abu Yazid al-Bistami, who is famous for his controversial ecstatic utterances like Subhani, which means glory be to me. But also people all the way over in Egypt, like Dhul Nun al-Misri, who developed very significant ideas, as well as Sahel al-Tustari and his circle in Basra. But it was in the city of Baghdad that we would see the development of a coherent movement that self-identified as Sufi or Tasawwuf, and which would become paradigmatic and incredibly influential for the rest of history. They took inspiration from other mystics around the Islamic world that we have just mentioned, of course, and they were in contact with them, but it is here in Baghdad that many of these ideas are systematized for the first time by figures like Al-Muhasibi, Abu Sa'id al-Kharaz, Amr al-Makki, Abu al-Hussein al-Nuri, and of course Junayd, who is often considered the leader of this Baghdad school of Sufism. It was these figures, not just the Baghdad school, but all the figures that I've just mentioned, that developed some of the key vocabulary, ideas, and practices that would characterize Sufism up until this very day.
Oh, okay. Composing
Sufis
his
are
own
primarily
music, too.
concerned with purifying the soul, of traveling on the path to intimacy with God. They were Muslims, so they observed all the rituals and practices of Islam, and this isn't some parallel thing to the mainstream religion. Sufis prayed 5 times a day, they fasted during Ramadan, they performed the pilgrimage to Mecca, etc. Following the Sharia, the Islamic law, with all that entailed, was a given, and these Sufis were indeed particularly strict about following all these outer requirements of the Islamic religion. What made them unique, in a way, was that on top of all these outer practices that all Muslims performed, they wanted to further internalize the religion in a deeper way. Not only to follow the motions of external ritual, but to have a more direct relationship with God, to where the soul itself is also purified and absolutely pious, and with a heavy focus, of course, on ethics. This is why they often adopted renunciate and semi-ascetic lifestyles and performed supererogatory acts of worship. They not only fasted during Ramadan, but often. Some would fast all year round, eating very little. They would stay up most of the night in supererogatory prayers, they would give away money and possessions and live lives of poverty. And they also developed unique techniques and practices with the aim of aiding the soul on its journey toward God. Sufism is in some ways an esoteric tradition. By this I don't mean that it was hidden, since most of this stuff was very much out in the open, but inherent in the tradition is a strong emphasis on the relationship between a master and a student. When you enter on the Sufi path, you will take a master, a sheikh, that will guide you on the path through the different spiritual stations, maqams in Arabic, and its difficulties and dangers. The Sufi master possesses the secrets of the path, which are only disclosed to students and not necessarily to the public. The Sufis also, like I said, developed a unique vocabulary of ideas and concepts related to this spiritual path. Concepts like ma'arifa, which is often translated as Gnostic knowledge or mystical knowledge. The Sufis aren't necessarily concerned with knowledge in the conventional sense, as in book knowledge or conceptual knowledge. At the very least, this hasn't been their primary focus. The kind of knowledge the Sufis seek is another kind of knowledge. Knowledge that isn't taught through words or books, but through experience and tasting. As you travel further on the stations of the path, you develop a direct kind of mystical knowledge of the divine and of reality, and this is ma'rifah. And how is this achieved? Well, mainly through, like we said, the purification of the soul, and particularly by fighting against your nafs, which is translated in this context with things like ego or self, sometimes lower self. This is the ego or self that has desires and craves worldliness, power, money, etc., and leads to sin and evil. Instead, the soul should be purified and clad with the attributes of God. Especially in later formulations, conquering your nafs also took on the form of literally stripping away the very idea of an individual self at all to become annihilated, and we'll return to this idea soon. In Sufi terminology, there's often talk about the so-called jihad and nafs, which means the struggle against the ego or struggle against the self, as a key impulse of the Sufi tradition. And they often connect this to a famous hadith when the Prophet Muhammad was returning with his followers from a battle against the enemy. And in this moment, he said, "We are now returning from the minor jihad or the lesser jihad, which means actual war conflict, to the greater jihad, which is rather the struggle to be a better person, to avoid sin, and particularly in the Sufi context, to fight against or struggle against yourself or your ego." We also see the emphasis on love as an important concept in different ways, a development often associated with the early female Sufi Rabia al-Basri and later developed by others. The Sufi path is essentially one of love, of longing for union with the divine beloved, a sense of pain from the separation from God, and a burning desire to travel on the path back to God. If you've ever read Sufi poetry, you will know how central the theme of love has been for this tradition across history. But like I said, this path also involves certain unique and characteristic practices. Now we must remember that Sufism is diverse, and different Sufis in different places have adopted different practices and ideas, but probably the most universal Sufi practice, basically employed across the board, although its form can differ slightly, is what is known as dhikr. Dhikr means remembrance and refers to remembrance of the divine. The Quran repeatedly calls for believers to do dhikr, to remember God constantly. The Sufis took this command and basically ritualized it, you could say. They developed a practice of dhikr where one gathers in a group of other travelers under the guidance of a sheikh and basically chant the names of God. In dhikr, Sufis will recite either the names of God or, perhaps more often, the Islamic proclamation of faith, La ilaha illallah, there is no God but God. This can be done silently, but more often it is done vocally in unison, and is a practice that can last for a very long time. It can sometimes involve certain movements of the head or body, and at times percussion instruments are used to enhance the experience. The purpose of dhikr is right in the name, remembrance, to remember God through this chanting, a practice that can often become kind of trance-inducing and help the mind forget the individual self and better be able to focus entirely on the divine. Dhikr was present already in these earliest periods of Sufism, and it seems that the school in Baghdad around figures like Junayd practiced it. Another characteristic practice that seems to have developed in this early period is something known as sama', which literally means listening, or sometimes translated as audition. In a way, this is kind of a more elaborate form of dhikr, but where the focus is on the act of listening or hearing. This could mean simply listening to the Quran being recited, but it would often involve melodic recitation of devotional poetry and with music. Music had a very strong impact on the soul, and the Sufis used it as a spiritual technique of remembrance, often accompanied by movements of the body or different kinds of dancing broadly defined. The scholar Jean During says, quote, "Sama', which literally means audition, denotes in the Sufi tradition spiritual listening, and more particularly listening to music with the aim of reaching a state of grace or ecstasy, or more simply with the aim of meditating, of plunging into oneself, or as the Sufis say, to nourish the soul. It thus operates in a mystical concert of spiritual listening to music and songs.
No way, today's Friday the 13th. Hey, yo.
We don't know the exact form that these earliest Sama'
Hey,
sessions
yo.
took, but
Didn't realize it was Friday the 13th. Let's go.
It's a tradition that would later develop in various different ways, taking different forms around the world, all with the same purpose of using music, poetry, and quote-unquote dance to induce a state of trance or ecstasy. This state of ecstasy is known in Arabic as wajd, and this practice of sama, involving listening to music and sometimes dancing, would be a powerful technique for the soul's traversing toward God and for inducing mystical experiences. The famous Sufi writer Al-Qushayri wrote, quote, "They, that is the Sufis, say, listening to music is a delicious nourishment for the spirits of divine Gnostics." And he then tells this story, quote, "Ahmad ibn Muqatil al-Akki related, when Dhul Nun al-Misri entered Baghdad, local Sufis gathered around him. Among them was a singer. The Sufis asked Dhul Nun's permission to have him, that is the singer, perform something for them. He gave them his permission, and the singer began to recite. Then he sings some lines of poetry. On hearing this, Dhul Nun stood up and fell on his face, blood streaming from his forehead onto the ground. Then one of the Sufis also stood up and displayed ecstatic behavior." There are many such similar stories which indicate that these were
What?
very powerful experiences indeed. So sama is another very characteristic practice, but it should be pointed out that although we see examples of sama in the earliest periods of Sufism, this is not a practice that has been accepted across the board. It has been a somewhat controversial practice even within Sufism. Not all Sufis or Sufi orders accept it. Some actually see it as completely illegitimate and as forbidden, whereas for other Sufis and Sufi orders, it has been a very prominent and important practice of spiritual development. But it seems clear to us that sama was practiced in the earliest periods of Sufism. Both men and women would participate, although there was probably some form of segregation, although not a complete segregation, of course. There is even some evidence that women could lead these sama sessions, which is really interesting. Women seem to have been very important in general for early Sufism as both spiritual masters and especially as inspirational devoted mystics, and we saw just one famous example of that earlier with Rabia. And all of this, the fasting, night vigils, general asceticism, dhikr and sama, all had the aim of helping the Sufi traverse that path of purifying his or her soul. A path of ascending stations or maqams guided by a master that would culminate in the highest station of intimacy and union with God. An experience that has been described in various different ways by Sufis in history, but which is generally referred to as fana, meaning extinction or annihilation. At this point, the individual self or ego of the person becomes completely annihilated and effaced in the reality of God, and the mystic realizes that God is the only reality. Again, this can be understood in different ways, but the most famous expression of this experience of fana
BRBL.
probably comes from the 10th century mystic Al-Hallaj, associated with both the circles of Sahel al-Tustari and Junaid, who, in an intense moment of ecstasy, famously exclaimed "Ana al-Haq," which literally means "I am the truth" or "I am the real." Al-Haq, which means the truth or the real, is one of the names of God in the Quran. So it seemed that Hallaj was in some way identifying himself with God. But what he was actually doing, according to the Sufis, was to express that experience of being annihilated completely to where only God exists. At that moment, there is no self to be identified with God, so he isn't saying that he is God, but that there is only God. It's not a statement of self-deification, but of complete self-denial. Hallaj was a very controversial figure, among other things, for this statement, but his fellow Sufis weren't upset that he was saying something wrong per se, but that he was disclosing secrets of the Sufi path to people who were uninitiated and would thus easily misunderstand, which they certainly did a lot of the time. Ecstatic utterances like this are pretty common in Sufism and are known in singular as shat in Arabic. Another one of the most famous examples of this comes from the other early mystic we mentioned earlier, Al-Bistami, who exclaimed Subhani, or "Glory be to me," which seems to point to the same experience or reality as Hallaj. These are some of the main characteristics of Sufism as it developed over the centuries, and which would remain key characteristics of the tradition even up until this very day. Although there are, of course, many other aspects and things that I haven't had time to talk about. The first wave of systematization of tasawwuf and the beginnings of its entry into a more mainstream aspect of Islam comes with the first Sufi manuals in the 10th and 11th centuries. Textual works of Sufism that cover the basics of its terms, ideas, and practices, as well as containing biographies of its important foundational figures. These works include the Risalat al-Qushayriya, often known as the Epistle on Sufism by the already mentioned Abul Qasim al-Qushayri, the Kitab al-Lum'a fil Tasawwuf, or Book of Light Flashes on Sufism by Abu Nasir al-Sarraj,
the Kashf al-Mahjub, or Unveiling of the Hidden, by Ali al-Hujviri, and the Qut al-Qulub, or the Sustenance of Hearts, by Abu Talib al-Makki. These works have served as key sources for Sufi teachings and concepts throughout history, and we still rely on some of their biographical accounts for our knowledge of some of the earliest Sufi figures. They also served as important factors in the wider acceptance of Sufism in the Islamic world. It is true that the Sufis and their practices were considered suspect by some other Muslims, and these Sufi manuals served partly as a way of proving or clarifying that Sufi practices and ideas were in line with the Islamic religion and its law. And this is precisely what we see, a gradual growth of Sufism and a wider acceptance of its principles into mainstream Islamic practice and theology, especially in the 11th to 12th centuries, at which point it basically becomes the mainstream and remained the mainstream or majority expression of Islam until essentially the 19th century. This solidification of Sufism is often associated with the figure Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, a very famous and influential scholar, theologian, and mystic who, in his masterful work Ihya Ulumuddin, the revival of the religious sciences, creates a masterful grand synthesis of all aspects of Islamic learning and practice, where he also incorporates tasawwuf and the Sufi path as an essential part. Ghazali's works became a paradigm for orthodox Sunni Islam and thus was incredibly influential in this regard. Now, he wasn't fully responsible for this development himself. As we saw, this had been a gradual development involving the other Sufi writers I've mentioned, but there's no denying that Ghazali and related figures were very important for this solidification of Sufism as a mainstream aspect of at least Sunni Islam. Another key aspect that led in this direction, especially from the 12th to 13th centuries, was the development of the Sufi orders. As we saw earlier, Sufism was always concerned with spiritual lineage, with the relationship between master and student and the spiritual transmission that was handed down in this kind of line between master and student. What happens from the 12th century onwards is that these lineages start to be institutionalized in a more concrete way. A Sufi order, known as a tariqah in Arabic, which literally means a path or a way, was a kind of organized spiritual community based on a particular lineage and the teachings and spiritual techniques associated with a specific Sufi personality that served as the founder or main inspiration behind that tariqah. As an example, one of the earliest Sufi orders in history is the so-called Qadiriyya or Qadiri order, which remains one of the largest and most widespread in the world today. This tariqah was formed around and takes its name from the famous 12th century Baghdadi Sufi Abdul Qadir al-Jilani. Another example is the more worldwide famous Mevlevi order or Mawlawi order, which was formed based on the teachings, lineage, and personality of the famous Sufi poet Jalaluddin Rumi. And in this case, it's named after the common title that he was called by, Maulana or Mevlana, which means our master. These orders have this idea of lineage at the root and will always have a particular chain of transmission or silsila in Arabic, unique to that order. Any initiate in the order takes on a master that was given spiritual transmission by his master in the order, who was given it from his master, and so on. The silsila of a Sufi order always goes through the founder of that order, so in the case of the Qadiriyya through Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, but also beyond them and further back all the way to the Prophet Muhammad. In other words, all spiritual lineage in Sufism claim to go back to the Prophet himself, and this is a very important factor in their legitimacy, which of course also helped in their wider acceptance of Sufism in the Islamic world. Inherent in this idea of silsila and transmission is also the concept that a spiritual master has a certain spiritual grace, known as barakah in Arabic, which is part of what is transmitted in this line which stretches back to the Prophet. Just being in the presence of a great sheikh can, so to say, give you some barakah or spiritual grace. Even after a master has deceased, some of that barakah remains, which is the reason why there is a strong tradition in Sufism of visiting the graves or tombs of masters, because it is thought that these tombs often contain some of that barakah. These are thus places where it is often beneficial to do things like pray or meditate. These kinds of pilgrimages or visits to masters, tombs or living masters, which is called ziyara in Arabic, which literally means a visit, these have been emphasized on different levels by different Sufis. Some, especially today, reject such tomb visits altogether, while others see it as a very central practice. And this is indeed one point that Sufis are often criticized for by their critics today. Some Sufi orders have centers or regional complexes where they gather together for things like dhikr. Sometimes a sheikh or pir will live in these complexes together with the most dedicated disciples. These places, which are called by different names in different regions and places, names like Darga, Khanaqa, Ribat, Tekke, Takiya, or Zawiya, are often built in connection with the grave site of a master. A prime example of this is the center of the Mevlevi order, which is in the city of Konya in Turkey, and this is a large complex that is in connection with the tomb of Rumi himself, who, as we saw, the order is based on. The Sufi orders can differ on a number of fronts, sometimes pretty dramatically, while all retaining some of those core features that we have outlined so far, such as the practice of dhikr, for instance. But other than this, each order will often have a particular wird, or prayer cycle, given by master to student, and also particular practices and techniques to help the mystic on the path to God. Techniques that are often associated with the order's founder, and again, ultimately going back to the Prophet in some way. Some of the most prominent and famous Sufi orders in the world include the already mentioned Qadiriyya, which can be found all over the world. There's also the Shadhiliyya, associated with Abu Hassan al-Shadhili and is common especially in North Africa. The Naqshbandiyya, prominent in Central Asia. The Chishtiya, primarily associated with the Indian subcontinent. The Mevleviyya, associated with Rumi and his lineage. The Tijaniyya, very popular in West Africa, and of course many, many more. Most of these orders are primarily associated
I was trying
with
to say
Sunni Islam.
we'll go through some of these scholars right here too, and there's a connection to Sufism.
But there are cases of overlap and sometimes even more overt Shi'i orders, such as the Ni'matullahi order, for instance. Add to this the fact that most Sufi orders have sub-branches and even sub-branches within sub-branches that will have particular characteristics of their own, and you'll quickly realize that this is a very broad and complex topic. It really is a vast world when it comes to Sufism. But regardless, these Sufi orders have played a major role in Islamic history, and it's been through these orders and these brotherhoods that most people have associated with and practiced Sufism in connection to these different orders, at least since the 12th century up until today. With this wider spread of Sufism and its institutionalization into these orders and wider acceptance in mainstream Islam, so to say, we also see more expressions of Sufism in particular in different forms. Indeed, Sufism today is perhaps most famous around the world for its different artistic expressions, like music, poetry, and literature. For example, there developed over the centuries, especially through the importance of the Sufi ritual of Sama, various different kinds of musical styles and practices that would be colored by local customs and styles, and thus created a vast world of Sufi music that still exists today. I've made a full episode exploring Sufi music in particular, which you should definitely check out if you're interested. Also, at around the same time, we start to see more poets combining things like the rich tradition of love poetry with Sufi ideas to create literary masterpieces expressing the spiritual path and its mystical experiences. Many of these Sufi poets have become famous worldwide for their ability to both encapsulate Islamic ideals and deep mystical fervor in a way that is universally accessible and profound. In the Persian-speaking world, you have giants like Jalaluddin Rumi, whose masterpiece, the Masnavi, has sometimes been called the Quran in Persian. There's also Fariduddin Attar and his Conference of the Birds, which remains one of the great works of literature and history, and Hafez and his beautiful love poetry. In the Arabic world, you have Sufi poets like Ibn al-Farid, Ibn Arabi, the ecstatic and controversial Ash-Shushtari, and female figures like the early mystic Rabia al-Basri and later Aisha al-Ba'uniyya. In the Turkish-speaking realm, you of course have figures like Yunus Emre, Ahmed Yesevi, and many more. These are just a few of the most famous examples, and indeed only covers the Middle Ages. There are many more famous Sufi poets in all kinds of languages from this time and all the way until today. In these poems, you'll find the ideas and teachings of Sufism and Islam expressed through various kinds of metaphors and poetic language. One of the most common themes is, of course, love. the relationship between the lover and beloved and their wanting to unite with each other as a metaphor for the mystical quest. Or the theme of wine and intoxication, representing that divine love or direct experience of the divine and the intoxication that results from it. One of the most famous Sufi poems is called The Song of the Reed, and is in fact only the opening section of a much larger poem called the Masnavi by the world-renowned Persian Sufi poet Jalaluddin Rumi. Here, Rumi uses the metaphor of the ney or the reed flute and how its beautiful music is a cry of longing to be returned to its home in the reed bed, as a reflection of the human longing to return to unity in God. Quote, "Listen to this reed as it is grieving. It tells the story of our separations. Since I was severed from the bed of reeds, in my cry men and women have lamented. I need the breast that's torn to shreds by parting to give expression to the pain of heartache. Whoever finds himself left far from home looks forward to the day of his reunion." Or in the beautiful poetry of the 16th century Sufi Aisha al-Ba'uniya, who exclaims in one of her poem songs, quote, "Your beauty bound me tight, and when appeared the light, gone was my shadow, and it stripped me and nothing remained of me, as it annihilated me as was right. I left myself and went away. My veil was gone and nearness appeared. My union. For he had astonished, then revived me, and he gave me new life in beauty." Furthermore, in the poetry of the Arabic Sufi poet Ibn al-Farid, we find similar expressions of the ecstatic moments of union, where the ego is dissolved and the boundary between lover and beloved melts away. Quote, "I sought her from myself, she was there all along. How strange that I had concealed her from me. Calling to myself from me to guide me by my voice to that part of me lost in my search. Me begging me to raise the screen by lifting up the veil, for I was my only means to me." When you read this kind of poetry or Sufi literature in general, you might be struck by the way in which it describes God and the relationship between God and the human being, or the world in general. It seems a far cry from the stereotypical image of Islam and its utterly transcendent God. Sufism seems to have a metaphysics of its own, a theology distinct from mainstream Islam. Is this true? What is the worldview of the Sufis? Well, many might be surprised to learn that, in general, it's not very different at all from other Muslims, at least not in its foundations. Like we said, Sufism for most of history was mainstream Islam. Sufism comes from Islam and is based on the teachings of the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad. Most Sufis in history would have adhered to one of the mainstream creeds of theology in Sunni or Shia Islam, what is known as Aqidah, like the Ash'ari school or the Maturidi school. Major Sufi figures like Ghazali, for example, were great defenders of the Ash'ari school of theology in particular. So this is important to remember, that Sufism and Sufi theology is Islamic theology, at least in its foundations. Now, with that said, it's also true that Sufis, compared to non-Sufi Muslims, have emphasized certain aspects of theology or of the divine more so than the non-Sufi Muslims, and have sometimes, at least within what they see as the bounds of orthodox Islamic theology, established ideas that are a bit more unique to Sufism in particular. Perhaps above all, this involves an emphasis on the immanence of God. Islam teaches that God is utterly transcendent, unlike anything in the created world. Basically, all Sufis would agree with this, but at the same time, Islam also teaches that God is present and somehow immanent. The Quran says that, quote, "Whichever way you turn, there is the face of God." Or, quote, "We, or God, are closer to them than their jugular vein." And these are the kinds of verses that Sufis will often emphasize to point to the great immanence of God. God can be experienced somehow in this life, not just in the afterlife, and He's present here and now. We've seen that a common theme for Sufis is the wish to annihilate their self or ego, to become united with God, quote unquote. Or rather, to become effaced in the reality and attributes of God, if we want to be more technical about it. And this idea of immanence and presence, as well as the balance between both a transcendent and immanent God, occupied many Sufi thinkers in history. Generally, they will fall on a spectrum of just how much this immanence and presence is emphasized. The idea of annihilation, fana, and its consequences often have a kind of built-in monism a lot of the time, if you'll allow me to use a somewhat problematic term. When the mystic annihilates himself, he realizes that God was the only reality to begin with. There was no individual self, and now they see reality for what it is. God. But how far can one draw these ideas? This kind of monism, where God is the only reality, is present in a lot of Sufism. Sometimes
Oh, damn it. Damn it. Yeah, I was saying that I feel like a lot of this being oneness with God, the loss of the ego is very close to, like, if you've taken like hallucinogenics, like that are from like other countries and stuff like that. Then it's like, yeah, you lose yourself, you lose your ego, you only remember that there's only oneness with the universe or God or what have you, right? Except in this, you do not have to take drugs.
only slightly hinted at, but other times very overt and clear. But as we said, there's a kind of spectrum of intensity, from relatively moderate expressions and thinkers like Al-Ghazali to the more radical ideas of someone like Muhyiddin ibn Arabi. He is one of the most, if not the most, influential Sufi metaphysicians, who argues that God is being itself and that being is one. His doctrine would later come to be referred to as Wahdat al-Wujud, or the unity or oneness of being, and has been incredibly influential. The world, in its multiplicity, is simply the reflections or manifestations of God's infinite attributes, and its being, which ultimately doesn't belong to it, is identical to God, who is the one being. One of God's names is Al-Haq, meaning the truth or the real, and Ibn Arabi takes this quite literally. God is the real, so that when we say the proclamation of faith, there is no God but God, we can also translate that to there is no reality but the real. In other words, in some sense, God is all that there is. And this kind of idea is indeed quite prominent in Sufi thinking, while it isn't really accepted to the same degree in non-Sufi Islam. We have to keep in mind, though, that Sufism, like we said, has been the mainstream of Islam for most of history, and so we shouldn't draw too clear distinctions like that. And while someone like Ibn Arabi has been very influential, popular, and significant for Sufism, and especially for Sufi metaphysics, not all Sufis, or even perhaps the majority of Sufis, adhere to his more radical ideas of oneness. Or at the very least, many will be careful about such expressions. Like I said, there is a kind of spectrum of how much these ideas are emphasized. We even have thinkers that are arguably more radical and monistic than Ibn Arabi, such as Ibn Saba'in and Ash-Shushtari, and their concept of Wahdat al-Mutlaqa, absolute oneness. But at the same time, also Sufis on the other side that are very careful to talk about God in such a way. So that's the general idea. Sufis are Muslims and so follow the basic theological tenets of Islamic theology for the most part, but have also emphasized certain aspects and certain concepts more than non-Sufi Muslims, such as the immanence of God and the ability to somehow experience God in this life. Sometimes even going as far as saying things like that God is the ultimate God is the only reality, and that the world of multiplicity is some kind of illusion or reflection, surface level reflection. And these ideas can be found all over Sufi poetry and art, as we can see. Quote, "He is all of being, and he is the one in whose being my being resides." There's a balance that is often upheld between the immanence and all-encompassing reality on the one hand, and his transcendence and utter difference from all things on the other. And that connects to another teaching or aspect of the Sufi worldview, which we mentioned briefly earlier. To the Sufis, this knowledge of God, or true experience of God, cannot be reached through intellect or through conceptual knowledge. This is what distinguishes them from the philosophers, for instance, or the rational theologians, although, of course, individuals can sometimes be both at the same time. That is, that the Sufis are primarily interested in another kind of knowledge, in the direct, intuitive, mystical experience of the truth, reached by mystical practice and illumination, the ma'rifah that we talked about earlier, rather than any kind of knowledge that can be reached through thinking or rational inquiry. Philosophical thinking only gives us knowledge of multiplicity and the concepts of this world, which are ultimately useless in the bigger picture. Instead, it is mystical knowledge, dhawq, literally means tasting, that is emphasized. Ibn Arabi talks about looking at the world through two eyes, the eyes of rational or conceptual thinking, which leads to seeing God as transcendent and different, tansiyah, and the eye of mystical insight, on the other hand, which leads to seeing God as immanent and similar, tashbih, the oneness of it all. For this reason, when we read many Sufi works, such as Ibn Arabi's Fusus al-Hikam or Futuhat al-Makkiyah, we find that they aren't written like philosophical works. They're not arguments based on rational thinking, but lay down knowledge as reached through kashf, unveiling of the truth directly to the mystic. This is also why poetry served as such a great tool to express these truths rather than technical prose, for instance. And with these more philosophical tendencies in Sufi thinking, we also see a further development of the idea and role of the sheikh, or illuminated master. The person who has annihilated his ego, that has reached ma'rifah through unveiling of the truth and tasted it for himself, becomes a spiritually exalted human being. Not only can he or she, of course, teach others on the path as a sheikh or sheikha, but they even have a kind of cosmic role to play. The highest masters become what is called awliya, or wali in singular, which is often translated as saints, but actually means something like friend of God. They have a kind of proximity to God through having reached the states of fana and baqa, being annihilated and then returning to the world of multiplicity. And now they hold spiritual authority and barakah, the grace that we talked about earlier. And there is even a kind of ranking among the awliya, with the highest of them being the qutb, or the spiritual pole of a certain age. There is always such a pole in the world, and when he or she passes away, another one replaces them. This authority of the awliya and the pole, of course, ultimately stem from the prophets like Muhammad, to whom they are kind of representatives or heirs. They never reached the level of a prophet themselves, of course, since the line of prophecy ended with Muhammad, but they still are the kind of highest living spiritual authority in the world. Under the influence of thinkers like Ibn Arabi, there even developed further metaphysical ideas about the so-called insan al-kamil, or the perfect man, or maybe the complete.
I'll be back, y'all. I'm cold, and I want to put on some socks, and I may get my space heater because it's actually cold in here. Surprise. So yeah, I'll still be listening and stuff, but yeah, like I said, I don't really have a lot to say because like I'm learning together with y'all, right? I don't know that much about Sufism and like all of that stuff too. So like I said, like a lot of this, like I'm learning with y'all too.
Human being. In these ideas, the insan al-kamil becomes a kind of metaphysical logos principle that can be reflected or manifested in this world. The most complete and absolute manifestation of this perfect man principle is, of course, the Prophet Muhammad himself. But the awliya and accomplished masters also take on this role as a reflection of the insan al-kamil. They have reached the end of the spiritual journey and fully realized the ultimate human potential of embodying the attributes of God. These are, of course, very complex metaphysical ideas, and I do dive deeper into them in some of my earlier, more in-depth videos. But needless to say, the spiritual illuminated master, the wali, is a very central concept in Sufism and in the Sufi tradition, not just, of course, as a spiritual teacher to new students, but also for his larger role in both the world and in the larger cosmos. So these are some of the basics of Sufi teachings as they developed in their more systematized forms in the Middle Ages. But we should not fall into the trap of talking about Sufism and thinking about Sufism in a sense that it hasn't developed further since the Middle Ages. A lot of people, even scholars, often make this mistake of talking about the Middle Ages and not later centuries and today and how things have developed. Sufism, of course, has continued to develop and change over these centuries, even that we have talked about do remain key principles and aspects, but I focus so much on this period here because it is so formative in many ways. It is in this period that many Sufi ideas are systematized and formalized in a concrete way for the first time, and that Sufism is also institutionalized through the Sufi orders in a way that would continue to be very influential throughout history. Like we said, from this period, from the Middle Ages, especially like 11th, 12th, 13th century, Sufism basically becomes mainstream Islam. It is part of the mainstream majority expression of Islam right up until the modern age, in the 19th, 20th century, and sometimes in some parts of the world today, it still holds this kind of position. A good example is West Africa, and places like Senegal and the Gambia, where over 90% of the population are Muslims, and a further 90% of those Muslims are connected to Sufi brotherhoods and are Sufis, so to say. This kind of reflects the way that Sufism worked historically, but maybe not so much in many other parts of the Islamic world today, for reasons that we will get to a little bit later. Sufis in history served in government positions. Emperors and sultans were greatly influenced by Sufi teachings and were even sometimes Sufis themselves. We just have to look at the Mughal Empire and figures like Akbar or Dara Shukr to see examples of this. Or the fact that Naqshbandi Sufis held considerable political power in Central Asia during the Ilkhanate period, that the Iranian Safavid Empire grew out of a Sufi order, and many other such factors. Or even the strong connection between Sufism and the Ottoman sultans and the Ottoman state. All of this shows us that the common idea of Sufis as purely ascetic, unpolitical, peaceful Muslims aren't always true to reality.
When I pushed in my chair to go, I thought, my armrest was on the space bar, So, yeah, I'm so sorry, y'all.
To be sure, many Sufis were completely uninterested in politics. Just look at Ashrustari, for instance, or the Chishti Sufi order in India, who often refuse any association with worldly power. But at the same time, many others have been deeply involved with political affairs across history. And while Sufis often taught compassion, love, and were often quote unquote peaceful, they also participated in wars and supported policies that we would consider oppressive. What I'm saying is that the topic isn't black and white, but considerably more nuanced. There isn't just one kind of Sufi, peaceful or not peaceful, politically involved or renunciate, but a diverse array of different kinds of approaches. Sufis are often very strict about following Islamic law, for instance. Although there is a point to be made that many Sufis were less quote unquote formalistic in terms of the Sharia, that religious practice wasn't all about the outward formalities of the law, but rather the inner state of the heart, one's intentions and personal relationship with God. Certainly, we find this kind of attitude in people like Rumi, for instance, or in Ibn Arabi, who often complains that people in his day have made Islam shallow, only practicing the outward forms of the religion, while forgetting the inner, deeper meanings. But this should not be confused with completely rejecting the law or being less strict about the law being followed. This is simply not the case, at least most of the time. Although there have been certain minority antinomian groups, such as the Qalandariya, the latter of whom often consciously did things that were seen as transgressionary, from urinating in public to shaving off their hair, beard, and eyebrows, all as a spiritual practice to fight the ego by consciously attracting the spite of other people. Sufis are complex, in other words, and we should be careful to place any such black and white labels on them. There's nothing wrong with calling Sufis peaceful, since again, many of them certainly emphasize such ideals, and especially in today's climate, but we can't paint with too broad strokes when doing so. And arguably, today the situation is even more complicated than it has been historically. Although tasawwuf isn't as prominent throughout the Islamic world as it was earlier, it still is a significant presence across the world. Like I said, in places like Senegal, where over 90% of the population are Muslim, an additional 90% of those Muslims belong to a Sufi brotherhood. If you travel to Morocco or India, you can see and experience not only a living Sufi tradition, but the various ways that Sufism has influenced the culture and religious practice of the people. In other words, Sufism is alive and well even today, and in various different ways. But it is also true that it has become significantly less prominent in the Islamic world from an overarching perspective, and there are different reasons for this. I've spent a full episode earlier talking about the relationship between Islam and Sufism in the modern world and how Sufism has been increasingly seen as separate from the larger religion. But in short terms, it's a combination of colonialism and the connected rise of modernist reform movements within Islam that looked at Sufism as superstition, basically. To the modernist Muslims of the 19th and 20th century, Sufism was an idol ideology based on old superstitious tradition which had polluted the rational, quote-unquote, true religion of Islam, which they sought to reconstruct. Some of these modernist traditions of the more radical sort, such as the so-called Salafis and Wahhabis, similarly see Sufism as reprehensible innovation, accusing Sufis of things like grave worshipping. For different reasons, among other things Western interventions and colonialism, these modernist movements within Islam became very popular over the course of the 20th century and has thus influenced the general situation to a major degree. Similarly, Orientalist scholars and Europeans that got their hands on Sufi literature had a hard time reconciling their preconceived notions about Islam with the beautiful and sophisticated ideas of Sufism. So increasingly they pushed the idea that they must somehow be two different things, that Sufism and mysticism survived in spite of Islam rather than as a result of it. In other words, this idea of quote-unquote Sufism as a category that can be distinguished from Islam somehow, or even seen as two fundamentally different things, became more pronounced through these developments from different fronts, both from within the Islamic world and from the outside. And while Sufism has seen a kind of resurgence in some regions today, the general situation still remains. Sufis are comparably marginal in some major parts of the Islamic world and even face oppression in some places. In all this, the Sufis in the Islamic world today often emphasize their role as representing a true traditional Islam that is open and tolerant and peaceful in opposition to the more modernist and often fundamentalist radical movements within Islam like Salafism and Wahhabism. This is in fact, a very important aspect of many Sufis' self-understanding today, sort of identifying themselves in opposition to these other groups. At the same time, with increased globalization, Sufism has also made its way into the West to a much larger degree today. Not only through, of course, immigrants coming from the Middle East and the Islamic world and bringing their native tradition with them, but also through other means. Sufism entering Europe and America as a kind of universalist spirituality. This idea becomes very prominent in the 20th century. A Sufism that is not necessarily connected to Islam, but seen as part of this larger perennial wisdom or universal spirituality, an idea that was very much influenced and spearheaded by movements like the Theosophical Society, writers like Idris Shah, to some degree the perennialist movement, and of course also the general interest in Eastern spirituality in the sort of 60s and 70s. All these developments also led to a new kind of Sufism, in a way, appearing in the Western world. A key figure in this development is the Chishti Sufi teacher Inayat Khan, who is often said to have been the first figure to bring Sufism to the West, and increasingly he presented it in a more universalist form. You didn't have to be Muslim to be Sufi, in other words. And this idea of Sufism has continued to be very popular to this day. So we see various kinds of Sufism around the world currently. It's certainly a global phenomenon, but Sufis can look rather different depending on the context. There are those that are still deeply connected to the traditional forms of tasawwuf as simply the way that Islam is practiced, organized in the established Sufi orders and their spiritual lineages. But there are also many Sufi groups and individuals that emphasize universalist interpretations, where adherence to Islam isn't necessarily a requirement, and various approaches in between on a kind of spectrum. In other words, while it is quite easy to say that Sufism is fundamentally a part of the religion of Islam when looking at its history, that statement isn't as obviously true in all cases today, at least without further nuancing. Sufism continues to play a major role in politics in places like Senegal. Individual Sufis around the world continue to perform the characteristic practices like dhikr and sama as part of their spiritual and religious life, and its writings and art serve as subjects of study, admiration, and fascination for all kinds of people, both Muslims and non-Muslims. Indeed, as we've said, on a global level, Sufism is probably most famous for its aesthetic and artistic expressions. The poems of Rumi, although often questionably translated, are incredibly popular, as are those of Hafez or Attar. Furthermore, the strong musical tradition of Sufism has also become something of a phenomenon. Not only does Sama continue to serve as a central practice for many Sufis, but its various expressions have become famous as an art form too. The Qawwali music of people like the Pakistani singer Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan is famous all around the globe, and the whirling dervishes of the Mevlevi order in Turkey serves as popular tourist entertainment. At the same time, it is a tradition that is often misunderstood or misrepresented. Many of the translations of Rumi, for instance, often erase the Islamic contents of his poetry, and we have already discussed some of the ways in which Sufism and its relationship with Islam has been portrayed in the last century or so. Hopefully, this humble episode has dispelled some of those misconceptions and given you a broader and more nuanced overview of this very fascinating and significant tradition, its history and development, and some of its most characteristic ideas and expressions. Like I said, there's already plenty of content on this channel covering Sufism and diving deeper into a lot of those topics that I've only brushed over very briefly in this episode. So if you're interested in learning more and diving deeper and going down the rabbit hole, so to say, check out some of those other episodes on this channel. And you can, of course,
We're going down the rabbit hole, y'all. We're going down the rabbit hole.
Of stopping at this point. It's a topic that keeps coming back, and I know a lot of you guys in the audience also really enjoy this content. So look forward to a lot of that. As always, of course, I would like to extend a special thank you to all of my patrons who support this channel monetarily. I would not be able to do any of this without your support.
Okay. There we go. Let's go ahead and remove this for tonight. Okay. I actually want to watch this first. mystical love and Sufi women before we go into what Sufi music is.
When we talk about history in basically any capacity, especially when it comes to intellectual history of different philosophers or great writers, things tend to get a little one-sided on the gender front. There are a lot of guys. And
Oh,
a
there's
whole lot of
no
old men with
captions.
beards.
Damn.
If you look through my channel, for example, you'll see that I am also guilty of this sin. So why is there such a lack of representation in many of these discussions and subjects? If we go through the history of the Middle East and Europe and most of the world really, you'll see that women are mostly referred to as wives or daughters or sisters of other men who are much more famous than them. And when it comes to literary output, there is indeed a great imbalance here. But that isn't to say that there weren't significant figures in the fields of philosophy or mysticism that were women. Quite the contrary, actually. When we start to look deeper, we can see that women played a significant and very important role in the development of many of these traditions. As an example, one only has to look at the great output of mystical writings by Christian mystical writers in Europe in the Middle Ages. Now, this video is actually a collaboration with another channel called Esoterica, which is run by Dr. Justin Sledge, and he will be making a companion video to this one where he talks about the Christian mystic women of the Middle Ages. So after you see this video, you should definitely go check that one out. But similarly, in the Islamic world, we also find many women who have significantly contributed to the history and development of Islamic mysticism and philosophy. There were many Sufis who were women, even before the term Sufi or Tasawwuf came into use. The first time this word Tasawwuf or Sufi came to be used to denote a specific group of people was probably around the circle of the famous Sufi Junaid in Baghdad in the 9th and early 10th centuries. But even before this, there were many different Islamic mystics and proto-Sufis, and many of these were women, and I'll refer to them as Sufis from now on anyway. There are many stories of different Sufi women at this early stage of the Islamic civilizations. We hear about women who went into ecstatic states, who lived very ascetic lives, renunciant lives, and even sometimes also lived in celibacy. Contrary to what many may believe, there were many mixed gender Sufi gatherings in places like Baghdad at around this time. And it seems that many women also sometimes led sessions of sama, which is a ritual that includes listening to music. And women would lead groups in sama that consisted of both men and women. This isn't to say that these practices weren't looked at with suspicion by many people, but they certainly happened and were commonplace at this time. Some Sufi women could be highly respected as Sufi masters and teachers, but probably the most famous of them all is a figure that has garnered an almost legendary status at this point, and that is a woman by the name Rabia al-Adawiya, sometimes also known as Rabia al-Basra. As her name suggests, she is from the city Basra and lived in the 8th century. Some sources claim that she was born in 717 and died around the year 801. The situation with Rabia is a little complicated. It is basically entirely certain that she existed as a historical person, and some of the early writers like Al-Jahiz refers to her in her writings, but it isn't until centuries later that we get actual proper biographical information about her in writings by Sufis like Attar in his Memorial of God's Friends, as well as in works by Al-Ghazali. In these accounts, it is often stated that Rabia was once a slave woman who was freed and then went on to become a kind of saint. She is said to have been deeply pious and to have lived a strict life of intense spiritual practice, often depriving herself of sleep, instead spending her whole nights praying and meditating, as well as fasting for long periods of time. It seems that she was quite famous during her life. Some sources claim that the famous mystic and theologian Hassan al-Basri used to visit her, and he once said, quote, "I passed one whole night and day with Rabia, speaking of the way and the truth, and it never passed through my mind that I was a man, nor did it occur to her that she was a woman. And at the end, when I looked at her, I saw myself as bankrupt, and Rabia as truly sincere." It is also said that Hassan al-Basri, as well as many other men, would frequently ask her to marry them, to which she would just refuse every single time,
course.
preferring to live alone with God as her only husband. She would have had many visitors who admired her, and she would teach both men and women about the mystical Sufi path. But what is so significant about Rabia, aside from being one of the earliest proto-Sufis around, is that she would very greatly affect and impact the Sufi tradition going forward. And this was primarily through her huge emphasis on the concept of love. Rabia is actually attributed with being the first Sufi in history to talk about love in Arabic using the words hub and muhabba, and also intimacy, as the only true way to reach the divine. In many of her sayings, she expresses a love-filled and romantic relationship with God, referring to him as her beloved. These themes would of course become some of the most central and standard in all of Sufism later on. This kind of love mysticism would pave the way for later Sufis like Al-Hallaj and Ahmad al-Ghazali, who would later identify the very essence of God with love. And all of this appears to go back to Rabia originally. In Sufi poetry, if you read some Sufi poetry, you know that there's a lot of romantic and sometimes outright sexual, erotic content and metaphors that are used by male writers. Especially, God is often talked about as a beautiful young woman hidden behind a veil, and the longing for union that appears by result of their meeting. Interestingly, in many of these Sufi women, including Rabia, this imagery changes somewhat. The erotic imagery remains, but God takes on other metaphorical attributes. To many of the early Sufi women, God was instead conceived of as a protective masculine husband, rather than a beautiful young woman. And we find much of this with Rabia as well. As I mentioned, she refused to accept the hand of any man who offered to marry her, preferring instead to have God as her
Considering that God could be male or female, that makes perfect sense.
only beloved. This love mysticism and eroticism is also expressed in many of her reported sayings. For example, quote, "O my Lord, the stars are shining and the eyes of men are closed, and kings have shut their doors, and every lover is alone with his beloved, and here I am alone with thee." Her teachings were often characterized by a complete loving devotion to God and a total neglecting of the individual self, or ego, the nafs in Arabic. Any selfish desires were to be disintegrated completely and disregarded. This she expresses in one of her most famous sayings, quote, "O God, if I worship you in fear of hell, burn me in hell. And if I worship you in hope of paradise, exclude me from paradise. But if I worship you for your own sake, withhold not your everlasting beauty." Connected to this is also the story that Rabia would walk around with a torch in one hand and a jar of water in the other, claiming that she would destroy the fires of hell with the water and to burn down paradise with the torch, which is the most badass thing of all time. So if any action is performed with paradise or hell in mind, this is then a selfish action. Instead, worship should only be done out of pure love for God himself
I agree.
and to be united with him. Quote, "First the neighbor, then the house." To put it simply, Rabia is very important because of the fact that she was the first to talk about love as the most central aspect of the God-human relationship. Much of later Sufism would pick up on this, and this would become one of the most central and common expressions of Sufi devotion in all of history. The desire between lover and beloved is one of the most common expressions of the human-divine relationship, and the sexual act is seen as the uniting of the two and thus the annihilation, or fana, of duality and the individual self, which leaves only God remaining. If you've read any kind of Sufi poetry at some point, none of this will seem very surprising to you. Love and eroticism are some of the most common expressions of mysticism, and also across religious traditions, not just in Islamic mysticism. As another example, we can look at the Christian mystics of the Middle Ages in Europe, specifically in Northern Europe, in Germany, and these places. Women like Mechthild of Magdeburg and Hadewisch all expressed very identical, basically, expressions of devotion to God. We also find similar expressions in certain strands of Hinduism that also uses sexual imagery. If you want to know more about the Christian love mystics in particular, you should, as I said in the beginning, go watch Esoterica's companion video where he talks about this at length. Another interesting and important point is that to many of these mystics, love has many different facets and aspects. In the English language, love means love. There's basically just one word for it, whereas in a language like Arabic, there is a whole host of different words for the meaning love, and they all have slightly different meanings. So the most common word for love, you could say, is the word hubb, which could mean love for one's friends, for one's family, one's country, or for a spouse. It's a very general word for love. Connected to this is also the word muhabba, which uses the same root, but has a more active meaning. It can mean something like loving, or sometimes it's translated as loving kindness. So it's a kind of passionate, active loving. In early Sufism and in people like Arabia, this was the most common expression for love used, hubb and muhabba, so love for God and, as a result, for his creation. But later on, other words for love became even more popular in Sufi circles, and especially the word ishq. Now, ishq comes from the root ashaqa, which means to cling or hold on to something. Ishq can be translated as passionate love, like erotic love, the kind that only exists between two lovers, between a girlfriend and boyfriend, or wife or husband, or two desperate lovers, and thus also, according to these mystics, between God and the human being, or God and the mystic specifically. All of these different terms for love were used in Sufi poetry, and ishq became especially popular during the Middle Ages with famous Sufis like Attar, Rumi, and Ibn Arabi. Speaking of Ibn Arabi, and also returning to our main discussion about Sufi women, it is a known and often quoted fact that some of Ibn Arabi's own spiritual masters were in fact women, for example a Shams of Marchena and Fatima bint Ibn Muthanna. And he talks about some of these masters at great length in some of his writings. And this shows us that even in the 12th century, women could still be seen as great Sufi masters and teachers of both genders, it appears. Not that this should be that surprising to you at this point, but it's still an interesting point to observe. Indeed, what is very important to remember is that the status of women in the Islamic world, in both social and religious life, can differ very dramatically between time and place, different regions and different time periods. For example, there are many fascinating Sufi women who pop up in Mughal India. Many of these were princesses who are remembered as great writers and poets. Jahanara Begum, who was the sister of Princess Darashuku and Aurangzeb, was a respected initiate in the Qadariya order who wrote many literary works, including a famous biography of Mu'aynuddin Chishti, one of the founders of the Chishti Tariqa. Similarly, the Emperor Aurangzeb's daughter, Zaib un-Nisa, was a celebrated Sufi poet. This difference in status of women is important to remember. It's not like we should deny the fact that this role of women in society for much of history has been confined to the home, and that they should not be seen, especially if they were high status women. They should often be secluded from other people and so on. This was a reality for many women in different places and times, and in the Islamic world also, of course, to a very large degree. But there's also a lot of more nuance, as we can see. Women were sometimes Sufi masters and teachers and preachers. As a last example, I want to bring up a relatively late figure, but yet a very impressive woman by the name Aisha al-Banawiyah. She was a highly respected poet and Sufi master who lived in Damascus at around the 15th and 16th centuries, at the very end of the Mamluk Empire. She came from a family of scholars and jurists and became a Sufi mystic of the Qadariya order. Unlike the unusual case of Rabia, who needed no man in her life, Aisha was married and had children, as was the norm, which was expected by her, and yet she still appears to have lived an ascetic and very pious life. Her very high reputation is perhaps best exemplified by a story that takes place in the year 1516. The Mamluk Sultan Qanush al-Ghawri was at war with the Ottomans and was marching into a large battle with them. But on the way there, in the midst of chaotic preparations for war, the Sultan took the time to have an audience with the elderly Aisha al-Banawiyah to receive her grace and blessings, and probably to hear some of her poetry as well. He was apparently a great lover of poetry. Indeed, aside from the fact that she was highly respected as a Sufi master, what is especially significant about Aisha al-Banwiya is her great literary output. As opposed to someone like Rabia, who never wrote any text herself, Aisha produced a huge amount of texts, everything from poetry to prose, and she was known at her time and after her death as a great master poet. The scholar Emil Homerain, who has been largely responsible for reviving Aisha and her works in the last few years, claims that, quote, she probably wrote more Arabic works than any other woman prior to the 20th century. In these writings, the majority of which are poems, she often praises the Prophet Muhammad in typical Sufi ways and talks about concepts like the Nur Muhammadiyya, the light of Muhammad, but she also talks about the quest to mystical union with God, and in particular, she uses the mystical language of love. To her, the basis of creation is love. God loves his creation, and when his creation passionately loves him back, the purpose of creation is fulfilled. Her poems are filled with descriptions of the lover's consuming passion for her beloved and the desire to reach union and intimacy with him. Quote, I see no one but my love. When I am here or when I'm gone, I see him always with me, for he is my destiny. O my joy and happiness, faithful love has graced me with a passing away in abiding and abiding in passing away. For I have met my fate, and fate is my reunion. So my heart savor union with my love. I see him always with me, for he is my destiny. By my life, he is my highest goal. My art is passing away in him, passion, my food and drink. He is my reason, my religion, my doctrine and devotion. Wherever I turn my face, I see him alone, with no one watching. I see him always with me, for he is my destiny. As you can see then, she continues the common Sufi trope of describing the relationship between God and the human being as the relationship between a lover and beloved who both seek to be united with each other. Similarly, in one of her prose works called Selections on the Fundamentals of Stations, she lists 4 principles on which the mystical stages are based, which are repentance, sincerity, recollection, and lastly, love, or muhabba. The last section on love is the longest and seems to hold the most weight. In it, she further explicates, much like Rabia, how love is the highest principle in devotion to the divine and on the mystical path. Love consumes the lover in passion for her beloved until the moment of union, when the lovers lose all sense of self, or aniya, and are completely effaced or annihilated in fana, in the truth of oneness, al-haqiqa al-ahadiyya. In one poem, Aisha writes, quote, I see love, an ocean without a shore. If you are love's chosen ones, plunge in. As you can see, the theme of love is constantly recurring throughout the history of Sufism, from the very earliest examples like Rabia, throughout the Middle Ages, and indeed to the present day. I've only given you a very short taste in this video, focusing on 2 figures primarily, but I hope this has shown you that women have played a significant and important role, albeit sometimes a hidden role, in the development of love mysticism and Sufism in general. There's a lot more to be explored and discovered here, and also outside of the Islamic tradition. As I mentioned in the beginning, this video is part of a collaboration with Dr. Justin Sledge over at the channel Esoterica, which is a wonderful channel that deals with all sorts of subjects in the fields of philosophy, history, and religion. Dr. Sledge has studied the history of Hermetic philosophy at the University of Amsterdam and holds a PhD in philosophy. He specializes in the intersection of esotericism and philosophy with an interest in figures at the margins of canonical philosophy. His current interest is in the influence of philosophy on early Kabbalah. So be sure to go watch his companion video on female mystics of medieval Christianity, and also make sure to subscribe to his channel. As always, I would like to thank my patrons and to thank a new patron, Greg Corbin. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Without all of your help, I wouldn't be able to keep making these videos, so thank you as always. If you want to become a patron...
Okay. Let's share out this video. What's going on? Did it not copy? Oh, I should share copy. There we go. All right. Go over to Firefox. Yeah, so there's lots of videos on who some of these Islamic Sufis are. So much content, so much content. I may leave some of this stuff till like next week because I like to do like a 2-week thing anyway. I think it just kind of helps me like get all the content that I want out. So let's take this off. All right, so shall we go into what is Sufi music? And this will probably be, I don't know, like I kind of want to keep going, but also like, yeah, like we'll try to get through Rumi's video today, or we might try to get through part of Rumi's video, because I think it's important to talk about Rumi, because Rumi is like a really big important part of Sufism. And then yeah, like to talk about these other Sufi sects. Like this will probably be really interesting as well. So let's get back into it, y'all.
If you've ever been into the thing that is often called world music, or especially if you were around in the late 80s or early 90s, you would have undoubtedly been exposed to people like the famous Qawwali singer Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. He is a very good example of what is often termed Sufi music. And while many have heard this kind of music before, few are aware of its history, development, and its use in mystical practices. We have arrived at one of my main fields of study and interest, so let's talk about the music of the Sufis. We've already explored the general history and development of music in the Islamic world in previous episodes, a deep and highly developed tradition of diverse forms and expressions. And one of the most important and central factors in the development and maintenance of Islamic music have been the Sufis, the Muslims who have heavily emphasized practices of inner purification, known as tasawwuf, to reach intimacy with God, what is often termed Islamic mysticism. Through their frequent use of music as an important part of these practices, Sufis have both legitimized and helped carry forward music in the Islamic world in ways that still inspire today. Many of us have of course seen and perhaps even experienced the famous whirling dervishes of the Mevlevi order, which is a particular form of expression of the music-infused Sufi rituals that have been so central to its history. When we talk about Sufi music as such, we are usually talking specifically about the devotional practice called sama', an Arabic word that literally means audition or listening, and in which Sufis in history and today have engaged in listening to poetry or music as an essential spiritual practice, sometimes often involving movements of the body or dance broadly defined. In this episode, we'll be defining Sufi music a little more broadly. The practice and ritual-oriented music will be the bulk of the discussion, of course, but we will also include more contemporary art music that includes Sufi themes as part of this wider category of Sufi music. In any case, Sufism, or tasawwuf in Arabic, is a word that is used broadly to refer to all kinds of Islamic mysticism today, even if it was originally used to denote a specific group of renunciants in 9th and 10th century Baghdad. And this more broad use of the word is what we will be employing in this episode as well. We'll leave a more complex discussion about the varieties of early Islamic mysticism for a future episode. But from the very earliest period of Sufism and Islam generally, music was being used as an important practice for spiritual development. Aside from the regular practices and rituals that all Muslims performed, like the daily prayers, etc., Sufis developed further ways to deepen their relationship to the Quranic message, the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad, and with God. The most universal of these practices is that one will gather for hadra, or literally gathering, and perform dhikr, or remembrance. In dhikr, Sufis will often chant the Islamic proclamation of faith, La ilaha illallah, or the different names of God in a repeated fashion and often for long periods of time. This chanting can sometimes be accompanied by percussion instruments, so thus you can see that the lines between this dhikr and that other kind of ritual, sama', aren't always crystal clear. What is clear is that sama', or audition, the act of listening as an important spiritual practice, was present from the earliest days of Sufism. In the circle of Baghdad, the original Sufis, so to say, led by important figures like Junaid and Abu al-Hussein al-Nuri, we know that these ecstatic musical gatherings took place, as well as in other places around the Islamic world. Also, even earlier in history, in the 8th century, in the very earliest periods, this kind of practice seems to have been very common. Sama', as opposed to regular dhikr, was based around the power of auditory experience. It has almost always revolved primarily around the melodic recitation of devotional poetry, but has often been accompanied by musical instruments of various sorts. In sessions of sama', the practitioners will also sometimes induce movements of the body to increase its effects. Now, important to remember here is that while sama' has been an important and widespread practice in the history of Sufism, not all Sufis partake in it. There have been many Sufis in history that have been very critical of sama', or listening to music in various forms, criticizing it as a corruption that has no place in the religion, while others have seen it as an essential part of spiritual practices. In later periods, when Sufism developed into the different orders, there were some orders that placed a major emphasis on sama' and music, like the Mevlevi order or the Chishtiya, while other orders are much more reluctant to use it, like the Naqshbandiya, for example. We'll return to this topic a little bit later, but we should remember that Sufism, just like Islam generally, is diverse, and there's a multitude and diversity of opinions and attitudes towards the devotional listening to music. But from the earliest days of its development and until today, sama' in its various forms have been a very popular and important part of Sufi practices. And there are two different ways in which one can view the power and meaning of this ritual. Number one, the practical side, that is how sama' is performed and what effect it has on the practitioner. And number two, the theoretical side, that is how do the Sufis imagine that music and sound and its effects can be placed within a metaphysical and cosmological framework. We will explore both of these perspectives to fully understand the vast topic of Sufi music. Now, some of you may be thinking, hold on, Philip, doesn't Islam forbid music? It is true that many Muslims in history and today have considered music forbidden. That it's not something that cannot be denied, of course. But what is also true is that many others have considered completely permissible and in various circumstances. Now, for a more full discussion about the legal status of music in the Islamic world and in the Islamic religion, I suggest you watch some of my earlier episodes about music in the Islamic world, because I cover that topic more deeply there. But many of the Sufis certainly didn't consider it forbidden, especially not when it was used for religious purposes and in order to help the practitioner strengthen his relationship to God. This is why we see some of the most important early Sufi writers like Saraj, Abu Talib al-Makki, and Qushayri defending the practice of listening to music in Sufi gatherings. And this also gives us a good look into the way that sama' was practiced and conceptualized in early Sufism. In his very significant Risalat al-Qushayriya fi ilm al-Tasawwuf, the epistle of Qushayri on the science of Sufism, the scholar Abu al-Qasim al-Qushayri writes that,
Finally
quote,
put on a
"Know
sweatshirt.
that listening to music
Or
is
sweater.
permissible when it means the perception of beautiful sounds and pleasant melodies, when the listener does not intend anything that is prohibited, when he does not listen to anything that is condemned by the divine law, when he allows no free rein to his passions, and is not seduced by the amusement that resides in it. And that, quote, they, the Sufis, say, listening to music is a delicious nourishment for the spirits of divine Gnostics."
Agreed.
Abu Nasr as-Sarraj argues in his Kitab al-Luma fi Tasawwuf that, quote, the Prophet said, wisdom is sometimes to be found in poetry. Since poetry may be recited, there is no objection to reciting it with musical notes and melodies and with an agreeable intonation. Various divines and lawyers have pronounced in favor of audition. For example, Malik ibn Anas. It is well known that Malik and the people of Medina did not dislike audition. Shafi'i was of the same opinion. And we find similar arguments in other formative works of Sufism, like Abu Talib al-Makki's Qut al-Qulub and the works of As-Sulami. What these Sufi writers were trying to do was not only to argue for its total compatibility with Islam and its law by showing through hadith reports how the Prophet and his companions approved of sama, or that most of the founders of the law schools didn't consider music prohibited as such, but also to show in what way the sama was an essential, sometimes even necessary part of mystical practice and the path to spiritual reality.
And it's funny that now, like, there's so many, like, people who, like, believe that listening to music or music in general is bad. But it's like, have y'all heard the call to prayer? That's so melodic. Like, how could you not hear the music and music notes from that? I do. But, yeah.
Realization, as well as what rules were required for it to be considered legitimate. From these writers, as well as other sources, we get an idea of the power and purpose of sama sessions. We hear stories of various Sufis like Dhul Nun al-Misri, Abu Sulaiman al-Darani, and others, and how they would fall into bouts of ecstasy, faint, and other very dramatic things as a result of hearing beautiful sounds and melodies. Quote, a group of Sufis used to gather at the house of Al-Hasan al-Qasas. They were accompanied by singers whose singing made them ecstatic. Or, even more dramatically, quote, Ahmed ibn Muqatil al-Akki related, when Dhul Nur al-Misri entered Baghdad, local Sufis gathered around him. Among them was a singer. The Sufis asked Dhul Nun's permission to have him, the singer, perform something for them. He gave them his permission, and the singer began to recite. He recites some lines of poetry, and on hearing this, Dhul Nun stood up and fell on his face, blood streaming from his forehead onto the ground. Then one of the Sufis also stood up and displayed ecstatic behavior.
Oh boy.
As already mentioned, and as the name suggests, sama revolves around listening. In these sessions, one would listen to beautiful words or melodies. It could be as simple as the recitation of the Quran, but more often it involved devotional Sufi poetry. Poetry praising the Prophet Muhammad or talking about one's love or intimacy with God. This experience of listening was further enhanced by the accompaniment of musical instruments of varying sorts, as well as different forms of dancing. Jean During defined it as such, quote, Sama, which literally means audition, denotes, in the Sufi tradition, spiritual listening, and more particularly, listening to music with the aim of reaching a state of grace or ecstasy, or more simply, with the aim of meditating, of plunging into oneself, or as the Sufis say, to nourish the soul. It thus operates in a mystical concert of spiritual listening to music and songs in a more or less ritualized form. This act of listening is thought to help the practitioner evolve spiritually and in the most exalted situations help him or her enter a state of spiritual ecstasy or perhaps even union with God. I think we've all experienced the incredible power that music can have on our emotions. We've heard music that can make us sad, music that makes us happy, that makes us contemplative. Some of us maybe have even experienced music that can take us completely out of our regular awareness or consciousness and take us to some other, sometimes even ecstatic state. This power of music was not lost on people in the ancient times or in medieval times, including, of course, the Muslims. This is why the Sufis saw it as such a important and useful tool for spiritual development, and of course also why the enemies of music saw it as such a danger to society and to people. It was a very good tool for helping the practitioner enter the state of wajd, or ecstasy, to help orient the heart towards God consciousness and, to some, even induce the highest form of spiritual experience and union. Again, in the epistle of Qushayri, quote, someone inquired of Abu Yaqub al-Nahrajuri about listening to music. He answered, this is a state that brings about the return to the divine mysteries through the burning of one's self. Beautiful music, and possibly the words of poetry that accompanies it, can move you towards and induce the state of self-annihilation, or fana, so sought after by Sufis, a state when the ego becomes effaced in the reality of God, who is realized to be the only thing existing. In the earliest period, the practice of sama does not seem to have been as structured or ritualized as it would become in later periods. We do know that gatherings took place, as I just described, but not so much about what they would have been like. As mentioned, we know that the early Sufis would gather formally and take part in musical auditions, and many sources suggest that both men and women were involved and that sometimes even women could lead these sessions. And sama, as such, could also be a very spontaneous thing. It didn't have to be in a ritualized setting to have effects. There are many stories of Sufis who are just walking along the street and suddenly hear a beautiful sound, maybe someone singing or reciting verses of poetry, and immediately just falling into an ecstatic state, sometimes fainting and very dramatic such things. Kenneth S. Avery writes, quote, "A chance hearing of words, song or poetry in a crowded place, the cry of a street vendor or a misheard sound or utterance could also act as a powerful trigger for altered state experiences." These ecstatic states, or awhal, of ecstasy, wajd, was also often associated with certain behaviors, as you can tell. The stories about Sufis ripping their clothes, yelling, and fainting showcase how powerful these altered states could be. This was another controversial point, and there were often variations of opinions about how one should approach them. Sometimes scholars have talked about a sober kind of Sufism, associated with figures like Junaid and later Al-Ghazali, and a quote-unquote intoxicated form of Sufism, more associated with figures like Abu Yazid al-Bistami and Halaj. While this dichotomy is somewhat simplifying, it does hint at the different attitudes. To some, the extreme altered states and experiences should be accompanied by an outer sobriety, where one controls one's actions and speech while being completely transformed on the inside. Others were more allowing of outer expressions of ecstasy. Very famously, Sufis have been attributed with ecstatic utterances known as shat while in altered states as a result of sama. Perhaps most famously is the story about Al-Halaj, who is said to have uttered the phrase Ana al-Haq, or I am the truth, and Bistami, who is quoted as exclaiming Subhani, glory be to me. When we read contemporary and later writings about these utterances, we often see the Sufis having an apologetic tone. These are utterances of ineffable secrets, and the person cannot be judged based on their actions when in a heightened state. Many were concerned about such utterances at the same time, though, not so much because what was said by these mystics was wrong per se, but because they divulged publicly secrets that should only be kept within a confined setting of mystical company. As we get into the later Middle Ages, and as Sufism becomes increasingly widespread and popular, as well as more institutionalized, we get more writings to which we can study and understand how sama was practiced and the different attitudes towards it. And one conclusion we have to draw based on those sources is that sama continued to be a very widespread and popular practice among the various Sufis in different regions of the Islamic world. We have more references to music from this time, both in some of the great examples of Sufi poetry, but also in more scholastic works. With the writings of the monumental scholar Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, in particular his Ihya Ulumuddin, the revival of the religious sciences, as well as other developments at the time, Sufism became more widely accepted as part of a normative mainstream Islam. In the Ihya Ulumuddin, Ghazali not only creates a kind of theoretical synthesis of Sufism, Ash'ari theology, and Islamic law, which became paradigmatic, he also presents us with a passionate and comprehensive defense of music and sama in particular. He presents arguments similar to his predecessors that we have already talked about, but he is even more systematic and presents theological arguments of his own to support his claims. For example, he famously gives us the phrase, quote, "Whoever says that all music is prohibited, let him also claim that the songs of birds are prohibited." Beautiful sounds and melodies are not a problem in themselves. If so, then all beauty should be, as he indicates here. Instead, it is about the context in which it is experienced. Ghazali limits the kinds of instruments that are allowed to be used in sama sessions, only including those that are not associated with things like alcohol drinking and taverns, but in general he is a great defender of sama and music as beneficial to the Muslims who travel on the spiritual path. But not everyone agreed with him. Perhaps surprising to some of you, the great Andalusian Sufi master Ibn Arabi was not a fan of sama at all, and he condemns the practice in his great work Al-Futuhat al-Makkiyah. He says, quote, "They practice sama as if it was an exercise in devotion and piety, but in fact they are just people who take religion as a joke and a game, taking advantage of beardless youths to further their perverse intentions and villainy. The practice really only serves to satisfy the appetite of the senses, in spite of the fact that from a legal point of view it is a perfectly acceptable activity." Pretty harsh words. To Ibn Arabi, this was not proper behavior for a Gnostic, even though he seems to indicate that music in itself isn't necessarily a problem according to Islamic law. He sees it as completely inappropriate as a religious Sufi practice. And this is just to show you that there's a diversity of opinions within Sufism as well. Even a great and one of the most famous Sufi personalities and thinkers of all time, Ibn Arabi, was very critical and strongly against this practice. But he was probably not in the majority at the time, as we see how sama remains a very popular practice, being praised in most Sufi poetry and writings at the time. One of the greatest Arabic Sufi poets of all time, Ibn al-Farid, is said to have been a frequent participant in mystical gatherings of music and dance. But one story also tells of how he spontaneously entered an ecstatic state while in a marketplace. Quote, "A group of guards passed by Ibn al-Farid while they were beating clappers and singing. Upon hearing these verses, Ibn al-Farid shouted out and danced in the marketplace. This attracted a large crowd of people, many of whom fell to the ground in ecstasy as the guards continued to sing." Another writer recalls how a spiritual session of sama wasn't considered complete unless Ibn al-Farid attended. And in his own poetry, he offers many praises and descriptions of the beauty and transformative experiences that are had while in sama. In perhaps his most famous poem, the huge At-Tai al-Kubra, the ode rhyming in the letter Ta, also known as Nazm al-Suluk, the poem of the Sufi way, he offers an absolutely beautiful description of the power of spiritual audition, where he compares it to a mother singing lullabies to her infant. Quote, "When the infant moans from the tight swaddling wrap and restlessly yearns for relief from distress, he is soothed by lullabies and lays aside the burden that covered him. He listens silently to one who soothes him. The sweet speech makes him forget his bitter state and remember a secret whisper of ancient ages. His state makes clear the conditions of audition, sama, and confirms the dance to be free from error. For when he burns with desire from lullabies, anxious to fly to his first abodes, he is calmed by his rocking cradle as the hands of the nurse gently sway it. I have found in gripping rapture when she is recalled in the chanter's tones and the singer's tunes. What a suffering man feels when he gives up his soul, when the messengers of death come to take him. One finding pain in being driven asunder is like one pained in rapture yearning for friends. The soul pitied the body where it first appeared, and my spirit rose to its high beginnings. My spirit soared past the gates opening to beyond my union, where there is no veil of communion." Ibn al-Farid alludes to the spirit's longing to return to his source in God, the lullaby representing the beauty of the music that reminds the soul of his origins and increases his desire for reunion. As the nurse gently sways him, that is, as the Sufi sways his body to the music, and the singers chant the name of God, the mystic experiences a spiritual death where the spirit can soar to a state beyond all duality. Even, as he says, beyond union of lover and beloved, mystic and God. Similarly, the Andalusian Arabic Sufi poet Abu al-Hasan al-Shushtari gave major importance to music and songs in his mystical practice. Many of his poems, in the form of zajal, were songs meant to be sung. Stories tell of how Shushtari would go to the markets with his companions and sing his songs, possibly with instrumental accompaniment, to the regular people in ecstatic sessions. Quote, "When I went towards my objects and listened to the music, my misery became glory and my poverty riches." Or, quote, "O faqih, if you would but taste it and listen to the melodies in the Sufi gatherings, you would give up this world and everything in it and live love-crazed until the day you die." Indeed, echoing the point made by Ghazali earlier, Shushtari explains in his Risalat al-Baghdadiyya how all forms of listening can be a devotional act, whether it is in the music of Sufi gatherings or in the singing of birds. Quote, "Listening, sama, is veneration. Speech is veneration as long as what is said is good. Sensory experience is veneration, all five senses. To Shushtari, God can be experienced everywhere at all times, and the perfect devotee is the person who turns every act and sensory experience into an act of devotion or prayer. In all beautiful sounds, one can experience the presence of God. The ritualized practice of Sufi Sama in this context becomes like a supercharged way of audition, an audition that can happen at any time, at any place. At around this time, in the 12th and 13th centuries, we see the significant development of the Sufi orders, a further institutionalization of Sufism into various tariqas, or tariqat in plural, centered often around the teachings of a single founder. As we will see, some of these orders would implement sama and music as central parts of their identity, while others would exclude it completely. And these characteristic forms and expressions of Sufi music that developed in these orders in particular often survives until today. Perhaps none is more famous in this regard than the Persian Sufi poet Jalaluddin Rumi and the Mevleviya or Mevlevi order that was founded based on him. Not only is his most famous poem, the Song of the Reed, a direct reference to Sama, and we will return to this poem a little bit later, but it is also said that Rumi was a rabab player himself, and his life involves various stories that showcase his great love for music and Sama. In one, it is said that when his spiritual master Shams at-Tabrizi suddenly disappeared, Rumi would start to whirl in an ecstatic dance. In another story, it is told, quote, "Once our master Jalaluddin said this, 'Music is the creaking of the gates of paradise,' whereupon one of the stupid idiots remarked, 'I do not like the sound of creaking gates.' And Mevlana, that is Rumi, answered, 'You hear the doors when they are being closed, but I hear them when they are opening.'" Many anecdotes and stories like this show how greatly Rumi loved music and its powerful effects. Quote, "Sama was an activity for the true men of God, which liberated Rumi from the austere ways of self-renunciation and gave him a joyous vehicle for expressing his mystical rapture." Rumi's close connection to music can be seen in the characteristic practices of the Mevlevi order that he founded, or was founded based on him. It is this order that later developed the very recognizable form of Sama, where the practitioners whirled in a similar fashion to stories about the master himself. This has become known as the whirling dervishes and is a complex and developed ritual involving musical suites of several parts and compositions. This whirling is another example of the kind of dancing movements that often accompanied musical sessions from the earliest periods, and is thought to help the dervish enter a state of transcendence and a loss of self, to be united with God. Today, one will often explain how the whirling is the most natural movement of the universe. The galaxies revolve in spinning motions, the atoms do the same, as do the planets around the sun. Of course, Rumi wouldn't have known these scientific facts himself at the time, but whirling was seen as important on a symbolic level as such. A later writer describes the meanings of the particular sama practiced by Rumi and the Mevlevis at the time. Quote, "All the movements emanating from mystics during the sama symbolize a point or a truth. For instance, whirling is a sign of unity, and this is a station of saints who stand in that station, see the beloved and the desired everywhere and in all directions, and they attain divine grace wherever they turn. To jump and to stamp the foot denote two things. The first one denotes the joy of connecting with the spiritual world. To stamp the foot denotes that the Sufi, in that position, subordinates his self, and with that strength he treads upon everything except God. Opening the arms denotes several things. The first is related to the joy of the honor of attainment and to the conferral of the degree of perfection. Secondly, it is a victory over the army of inordinate appetites of the self, and the greatest holy war, jihad, consists of defeating these." And that's one of the fascinating things about Sufi music. We can see how it is practiced in all parts of the Islamic world by Sufis in all these different regions, but depending on the region, sometimes even depending on the very order, these musical rituals can take very different forms. So the whirling dervishes is very characteristically from the Mevlevi order, and the music employed often takes on a very, you can say, Ottoman Turkish tone because it developed in that kind of region. As another example, if we move further to the east, to places like India or the Indian subcontinent generally, we see Sufi music and Sufi rituals that develop in a very characteristic style different from other regions as well. In the Chishti order, which has been one of the most popular in this region, sama and music came to play a major role. Some of the most significant masters of this order, like Nizamuddin Awliya, were great advocates of sama and frequently practiced it. One of his own students, the Sufi poet and musical composer Amir Khusro, is one of the most significant in this regard. He and others like him developed forms of Sufi music that was unique to this region and had very strong flavors of Indian music culture. Genres like Qawwali came about in this context, which today has been made so famous by figures like Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. In North Africa, we also see how the music has a characteristic flavor, often being a combination of Arabic and Amazigh or Berber traditions of music. Here there is usually a predominance of percussion instruments and group chanting, but of course there's diversity too. Even in instrumentation, we can see differences in the regions, of course, because in different regions, different instruments were used. So in India, we see instruments like the harmonium today being used, and the tabla drums and the tampura perhaps. In the Mevlevi order, we see instruments like the ouds and instruments that are very prominent in Turkish and Anatolian music. In North Africa, we have other instruments that are used that are more frequently used in that particular region and the music of that region too. So as we can see, Sufi music developed in different ways and took different expressions, but the purpose and theory behind it always remained the same: to be an aid and important practice for mystical initiates to advance on the spiritual path and eventually reach the state of full God remembrance and self-annihilation through ecstasy. Discussions have continued about the permissibility and appropriateness of this ritual, this practice, as well as in what context and what forms it should be allowed, if at all. Some of the earliest writers, like Junaid, for example, in Baghdad, is said to have counted three you could say requirements for a sama sessions to be legitimate: the right place, the right time, and the right company. But we can also see a diversity in attitudes about these various rules and what is required for it to be permissible by thinkers across history having different opinions. It's all very diverse, and there's always differing opinions and people from different sides arguing about all of these different questions. To some, like the very significant North African Sufi Abu Madian, sama was a restricted practice. He approved of it, but only behind closed doors and in the company of advanced Sufis. In the Bidayat al-Murid, he writes that, quote, "As for the session of audition, or sama, it constitutes correct behavior, a point which no one doubts except the ignorant. It is the method of the saints and the pious. Audition is a private thing. No one but its folk should know about it. When Sufis are present for ecstatic sessions, they should lock the doors of their homes, and when the food is brought, they should open them again." One also sometimes argued that sama was only something that was performed as a step on the way to the higher station of mystical development, but once one had reached those higher stations, one no longer needed it and it could be discarded, basically. Quote, "Sama relates to the spiritual progress of a Muslim mystic or Sufi adept in one of three ways. One, it may be totally excluded as inappropriate to Islamic teaching, mystical or non-mystical, as the Mughal Sheikh Ahmed Sirhindi and his suborder, the Mujadidiyya Naqshbandiya, believed. Two, it may be accepted as a penultimate stage on the mystical ladder leading to ontological unity, i.e. perfection. Or three, it may be viewed as the top rung of the ladder, itself the ultimate mystical experience when properly pursued." Some had a much more open attitude to when and how it could be performed. The Chishti order is again a very good example here. Sama sessions here were and are often held in public and around the shrines of important masters. Anyone can basically partake and take advantage of the music and the devotional poetry of the ritual and guide them at least a little bit towards God. Similarly, it was argued that sama, or music, was not just a step on the way, but could actually be the catalyst and main part of the highest forms of mystical development, the very purpose and goal of the path of union with God. Quote, "For them, music was both the ontological and the epistemological sine qua non of Islamic mysticism. It not only helped the lover to attain a state of ecstasy in the presence of the beloved, but it itself was integral to the ecstatic moment. If you go to India or Pakistan, Sufi music can easily be heard in the form of qawwali singing near the shrines of different masters from the Chishti order, for example, like Nizamuddin Awliya, Mu'inuddin Chishti, or Amir Khusro, the latter of which, his poetry is so popular that the words that you're hearing these Sufis sing is most likely his own words from his poetry. The world of Sufi music and its diversity is a fascinating thing. Wherever you travel in the Islamic world, you can find different variants and expressions of this deep tradition, whether you are in Morocco, in Turkey, in Iran, in India, or in Sudan. All these different regions and cultures have their own spin on this practice, but as we said earlier, it always has the same function of being an aid on the spiritual path towards intimacy with God. And this very deep tradition of Sufi music has been very significant not only for the development of Sufi music in itself and for the practices of the Sufis, but also for the development of music in general in the Islamic world. Especially from the later Middle Ages, when Sufism became mainstream, and into the modern period, Sufi composers were integral to the development of various strands of Arabic, Persian, Turkish, and Indian music. In the Ottoman Empire, for example, the Mevlevi order of Rumi received great support from the sultans and were often close with the court. The masters and composers of the Mevlevi order were often also composers of secular court music, and the two genres greatly influenced each other. Some of the most noteworthy and form-giving compositions of the Ottoman and Turkish repertoire come from Sufi composers from the Mevlevi and Jelveti orders. Similarly, in places like North Africa, we see how Sufi music becomes very important for this scene. Music that was composed and performed were often based on poems by great Sufi personalities. And the situation today is quite fascinating as well. As you might know, Sufism is not as widespread or popular as it was earlier in history, and this means also that Sama practices aren't as prevalent as they used to be, but Sufi music still is, of course, very strong in many ways, and it has developed into new forms and taken new avenues of expression. Remember what we said in the beginning, we're defining Sufi music more broadly here as not just including the more ritualized, practice-oriented forms of this tradition. The more traditional forms of Sufi Sama sessions exist today still, of course. The Chishti Sufis will still sing qawwali music at the shrines of the great masters. The Mevlevi order still has their whirling dervishes, both as a legitimate spiritual practice, but also even as a kind of tourist attraction, as I'm sure many of you have seen. If you visit a place like Morocco, you can still find Sufi groups who gather for sessions of both dhikr and sama, some in private, but others also in public, like, for example, in the very characteristic and colorful performances of the Issawiya Sufi order. In Sudan, followers of the Qadri order can be seen performing a unique kind of dhikr, or could argue a kind of sama, involving dancing. And in Egypt, there are huge gatherings for different Mawlid celebrations where Sufi saints are celebrated. Great traditions like the Mawlid of the Egyptian Sufi saint Ahmed al-Badawi will involve huge gatherings of people engaged in ecstatic audition to poems being sung with complex musical accompaniment with modern equipment. So clearly, Sama in its more traditional form is still alive and well and continues to develop and evolve. But Sufi music is more broad than this as well. And in the last few decades especially, we have seen an increase in what we could call a more commercialized form of Sufi music. I have already mentioned Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, who did figure in a traditional qawwali environment most of the time, but also recorded those traditional songs on albums and at musical festivals, sort of straddling the line between the modern and the traditional. He made qawwali, thus Central Asian Sufi music, popular to a worldwide audience, and this is still carried forward by artists like Abida Praveen, but others are seemingly completely divorced from its ritualized aspects, performing what we could call art music, but which still figures within a Sufi framework because of the themes involved. The Senegalese singer Youssou N'Dour, who is from a country where Sufism is especially widespread, released an album called Santa Yalla in 2004, which was released as Egypt internationally, that is essentially traditionally infused pop music, but with lyrical themes exclusively about Sufism and the important figures of the Muridiya and Tijaniya Sufi orders. This is quite a common thing in the pop music scene in West Africa, with artists like Baba Mal also incorporating Sufi themes in his lyrics. And in West Africa, there is a strong tradition of griot singers, which are singers who will sing devotional songs to various Sufi sheikhs and marabouts, or just important leaders or figures generally, a tradition that I've had the privilege of experiencing firsthand. In Iran, one is really and understandably proud of the great tradition of Persian Sufi poets, and there is a flourishing musical scene there which often explicitly references this tradition. Singers like Shahram Naziri and the recently passed Mohammad Reza Shajarian have become celebrated artists around the world while singing songs based on the poetry of Rumi, Hafiz, and many others, and with music that is heavily rooted in the traditions of Sufism. Even more recently, the British-based artist and composer Sami Yusuf has done some really amazing work to gather, interpret, and perform classic Sufi
Who I
poetry and
played in the
music
beginning
from
of the
different
stream.
cultures and regions in an accessible way through ambitious concerts and recordings. Add to this the many experimentations and the appearance of genres like Sufi rock and Sufi trance, which, while perhaps staying true to their traditional connection with ecstatic states, does not feature things like Sufi poetry a lot of the time, and more kind of figures within a general vibe, a Sufi vibe, or featuring Sufi associated instrumentation, for example. As you can tell then, Sufi music in a general sense has spread into various different contexts, genres, and regions of the world, and people really love this stuff. There are festivals arranged like the Fez Festival of World Sacred Music, which is often heavily focused on the Sufi tradition in particular, and other such developments which show that whether in its traditional ritualized form or not, Sufi music is certainly here to stay. The incredibly colorful stories about the effects of music and sama on its practitioners indicate the incredible power that it has to affect the human being. But why did it have this effect? How did and do the Sufis view music and its role in a more from a metaphysical, cosmological, perhaps psychological perspective? This is another treasure trove of fascinating stuff to explore. The power of music was realized basically universally, both by its supporters and detractors. We see how many of the early Islamic philosophers wrote many works on music and often connected it to various cosmological and metaphysical ideas. Thinkers like Al-Kindi, Al-Farabi, and Ibn Sina loved music. They realized the medical and therapeutic use of music and often employed it as treatment for various physical and mental ailments, a point often pointed out by the Sufi writers to argue for its permissibility and use. Music is harmony and is strongly connected to mathematics and the spheres of the heavens, according to these philosophers. There's a great section in the epistle of the Ikhwan as-Safa, the Brethren of Purity, who write that, quote, "You should know, dear brother, may God aid you and us with the spirit of His, that in every manual craft the matter or hayula dealt with consists of naturally occurring material, and that all its products are physical forms. The exception is music, for the matter it deals with consists entirely of spiritual substances, namely, the souls of those who listen to it. The musician is he or she who shapes and works with the souls of other human beings and animals." They also write, quote, "The tones produced by the movements of the musician reminds the individual souls that are in the world of generation and corruption of the joy of the world of the celestial spheres, just as the tones produced by the movements of the celestial spheres and the heavenly bodies remind the souls that are there of the joy of the world of spirits." In other words, the harmony and beauty of music reminds the soul of the harmony and beauty of the celestial world and the divine realm. And many Sufis would echo similar sentiments. In the Risala of Qushayri, which we have already quoted previously, he retells a story. Quote, "I heard Al-Junayd say when someone asked him, 'Why is a man usually quiet but becomes agitated when he hears music?' He, Junayd, answered, God Most High addressed disembodied human souls during the primordial act, saying, "Am I not your Lord?" They answered, "Yes, we testify," and the spirits of human beings fully absorb the sound of these words, so whenever they listen to music, the remembrance of that original act of hearing agitates them. Here, Junaid is connecting the listening to and effects of music with Quranic principles. The primordial covenant, when God creates the world and asks, "Am I not your Lord?" becomes the original music of our spiritual origin. And anytime we hear beautiful music in the sensible world, we are reminded of this original foundation. This idea of music as remembrance, a form of dhikr, becomes a recurring theme. In Rumi's masterwork of poetry, the Masnavi, he opens the entire thing with the poem that has become known as the Song of the Reed. Listen to the reed and the tale it tells, how it sings of separation. Ever since they cut me from the reed bed, my wail has caused men and women to weep. I want a heart that is torn open with longing, so that I might share the pain of this love. Whoever has been parted from his source longs to return to that state of union. These are just the opening lines, but it already indicates the meaning. Rumi is talking about the wailing or sound of the reed flute, the ney, which has been an important instrument and symbol in Sufi music, and how this sad yet beautiful sound is a metaphor for the longing of the human soul to return to its source in God. When the person hears the melodies of the ney, that melody mirrors the longing of the soul and pushes it towards its desire for union. There's also a great story involving Ali ibn Abi Talib. This story tells of how the Prophet Muhammad once told Ali the most exalted and deepest secrets of reality in confidence and made Ali promise to never tell another person this secret. Ali was true to his word, but this secret was so amazing that he could not contain himself. He just couldn't keep it inside. So he went in secret to a little lake and whispered the secret into the reed bed, which absorbed it into its own being. So when we hear the beautiful music of the ney, the reed flute, we are in some way hearing that secret that the Prophet told Ali. I just love this story. And the sound of the instrument also becomes a metaphor for another aspect of the human condition and the relationship between God and creation. Just as the ney requires the player to blow into it to give it life, and the drum requires a hand that caresses it, or a lute needs fingers that pluck it, so human beings or anything in creation is constantly given life by the breath of God. We are the sounds and instruments played by God. If we want to find poetic utterances about sama and music and its symbolic metaphysical function, there is a lot of stuff to draw from. We already saw the earlier examples from Ibn al-Farid and al-Shushtari, and Rumi is an especially great point of reference. In another poem, he writes, quote, "The wise men tell us that we take these tunes from the turning of celestial spheres. These sounds are revolutions of the skies that man composes with his lyre and throat. We all were parts of Adam at one time. In paradise we all have heard these tunes. Though clay and water fill us up with doubts, we still remember something of those songs." And so, like food, sama sustains God's lovers within its harmonies. The mind's composed imagination draws its inspiration, takes its shape within this hue and cry. The huge importance and love Rumi shows towards sama is apparent not only in the poetry itself, but in the practice of sama as it developed in the Mevlevi order, characterized by the whirling motion that he was taught by Shams at-Tabrizi, and the above poem mentions how the music and movement of the whirling dervish mirrors the turning of the heavens and the spheres. In many of these poems and descriptions, music becomes an essential component of reality and creation. Rumi, again, here provides one of the most beautiful visions of reality and creation I can think of. Much like Junaid, he views the originating moment when God asks, "Alastu bi rabbikum, am I not your Lord?" as essentially a musical one. These words are a musical sound, a melody to which non-being responds by beginning to dance, to whirl, and from this dance is created all of the universe. Every atom, every galaxy, every flower and animal, all of them come to be and move in a constant dance to the melody of the divine creative music. It's absolutely breathtaking imagery. And here, the earthly sama or music becomes a micro version of the most essential movements of the universe itself, a mirroring of the divine order. In the greatest sheikh, the Andalusian Ibn Arabi, we get a similar idea. He conceives of the creation and continuous maintaining of the world as a relationship of speaking and hearing or listening. The originating command, kun, or be, is a kind of sound or speech, a nonsensible one of course, to which creation responds by listening. He refers to this as as-sama al-mutlaq, absolute sama, and he sees it as an essential part of how reality works. This sama isn't musical, as in the case of Rumi, but sensible music can be seen as a part or mode of this wider absolute listening. And Ibn Arabi, in general, is very important for our next point or perspective on these spiritual and metaphysical aspects of music. As we saw earlier, he himself was very much hostile to the practice, but his wider ideas provide us and other mystics with a perfect mystical foundation to build on. The main philosophical or theological position that Ibn Arabi and his followers are associated with is the doctrine of wahdat al-wujud, or the unity or oneness of being. Ibn Arabi himself never used this term, but it became a very influential theoretical expression of Sufi metaphysics around the world after him. In the so-called unity of being, Ibn Arabi essentially argues that there is only one reality, reality itself, or al-haq, which is God. God, or the One, is all there is, and everything, quote, other than God is simply non-being. Based on the Hadith Qudsi that states, "I was a hidden treasure and I loved to be known, so I created the world that I might be known," he sees all of creation as the continuous self-disclosure or manifestation of God's infinite attributes, like in a mirror. Everything we see, everything we experience, is a mirror showing a particular reflection of God's attributes, like the colors of the rainbow being an illusory diversity hiding the inner unity of the white light. Thus, there is nothing but God, according to Ibn Arabi, but God is also utterly transcendent and different from the world. The world is God and not God, huwa la huwa. All existence in itself is God, because God is being itself and there is only one being, and all multiplicity is a refraction or projection of his infinite oneness into a multiplicity that reflects him back at himself in a limited form. This is a very simplified explanation, and if you want to know more about Ibn Arabi's and his doctrine, I suggest you watch my full video on that topic. What is important for us here is the idea that all things are reflections of God's attributes, so that there is, quote, nothing which is not an aspect of God, or in which God can be contemplated or experienced in an indirect form. When God is experienced, the mystic realizes that there is only one experiencer experiencing himself in a mirror, and duality then falls apart. As the Christian mystic Meister Eckhart said, "The eye with which I see God is the same eye with which God sees me." Or, in Ibn Arabi's own words, quote, "He is a mirror for your vision of yourself, and you are his mirror for his vision of the names or attributes, which are none other than himself and the manifestation of their determinations." But what does this have to do with music? Well, music is a thing that you experience, after all, and so I think you can kind of see where I'm going with this, but let's go even deeper than that. When the very famous philosopher Ibn Sina, or Avicenna, wrote about beauty, what beauty itself is, he followed in the line of Aristotle. In his Risalat fil Ishq, the treatise on love, he essentially defines beauty as that which is harmonious. Quote, "Both the rational and the animal soul, the latter by reason of its proximity to the former, invariably love what has beauty of order, composition, and harmony, as for example harmonious sounds, harmoniously blended tastes of well-prepared dishes, and such like. It recognizes that the closer a thing is to the first object of love, the more steadfast it is in its order, and the more beautiful in its harmony, and that what follows it results therefrom, vis-a-vis harmony and agreement. Whereas on the contrary, the more remote a thing is from it, the nearer is it to multiplicity and such characteristics as follow it, contrast and disharmony. Beauty results from harmony, and harmony is associated with oneness, thus closer to God, whereas disharmony is multiplicity. And what is music if not harmony? Thus, we have found a theoretical foundation for why music is beautiful. Music is harmony, and thus music is beauty. But to thinkers like Ibn Arabi, there is only one beauty. God is the beautiful, not just in the sense that he has that quality, but in the sense that he is beauty, essentially. There is no beauty but him, just as there is no reality but him. All beauty or harmony that we experience in the world is but a tiny reflection of beauty itself, God. So now we have taken this as far as it can possibly go. Based on the ideas of Ibn Arabi and Wahdat al-Wujud, music is no longer just a reminder of higher realities or the human soul's origin in the divine womb. No longer is it just a beautiful metaphor for the creation of the world. Now, to experience the beauty of music in an act of sama is to experience God himself. It is to experience the absolute in itself. Not fully, of course, but a glimpse of the divine reality, and thus a glimpse into one's own most inner essence and identity. Try thinking of that next time you hear a good song. To finish off, it would be a disservice if we didn't also discuss the 20th century Sufi figure Inayat Khan, a master of the Chishti order from India and an accomplished musician himself. Inayat Khan was one of the first and most important Sufis to travel to the West and introduce the tradition here. He did so through lectures and musical concerts, and in those lectures he would often talk about the importance of and exalted nature of music and sound. There is even a book based on those lectures and writings called The Mysticism of Sound and Music, which deals exclusively with this topic. In this book, Khan picks up on many of the ideas that had already been discussed by earlier Sufis, but also expanded the theoretical and cosmological significance of music. He also wasn't afraid to incorporate teachings on music from other religious traditions like Hinduism, universalist in scope as he was. He mirrors the theory based on the unity of being by saying, quote, "Music is nothing less than the picture of the beloved." And based on earlier precedent as well as more up-to-date scientific theories of his time, he argues that the whole world is essentially music. Quote, "Music is the beginning and end of the universe. All actions and movements made in the visible and invisible world are musical, that is, they are made up of vibrations. Creation begins with the activity of consciousness, which may be called vibration, and every vibration starting its original source is the same, differing only in its tone and rhythm caused by a greater or lesser degree of force behind it." Inayat Khan argues that at its deepest level, the universe is made up of vibration, and music and sound is, after all, just that, vibrations. So the universe is just a large, elaborate musical composition, with harmony in the movements of the heavens and the way everything is intricately structured, rhythm in the way that we move, for example, we can't walk without rhythm, and in the workings of things. Music is all around us. We can find rhythm in basically anything, and we can see harmony in every corner of the universe. Today, the scientific theory known as string theory is one of the most popular for explaining the most inner workings of the universe, in which everything is thought of as vibrating strings, like on a guitar. The ideas being put forth by Inayat Khan are not that far off from this. Quote, "When we pay attention to nature's music, we find that everything on the earth contributes to its harmony. The trees joyously wave their branches in rhythm with the wind, the sound of the sea, the murmuring of the breeze, the whistling of the wind through the rocks, hills, and mountains, the flash of the lightning and the crash of the thunder, the harmony of the sun and the moon, the movements of the stars and planets, the blossoming of the flower, the fading of the leaf, the regular alternation of morning, noon, and night, all reveal to the seer the music of nature." So clearly there are many ways that one can view music from a theoretical perspective, and I've only gone through a few examples here. But important to remember is that the use of music and the sama sessions of the Sufis have historically primarily been a practical thing, right? So the purpose of these practices were to help the Sufi adept on the path towards intimacy with God, help him on the spiritual path, essentially. Theorizing about the metaphysics or cosmological role of music in reality or in the world was only of interest to a few select, very philosophically minded Sufis in history, but they can still inform, and they do inform, the more practically oriented Sufis and the way that they conceive of these practices from a more metaphysical perspective, and can also, of course, inspire a lot of us today who have a similar kind of relationship to music, perhaps. This has obviously been a very long episode, but I hope you find this topic as interesting as I do. There is so much to cover, as is always the case, but really there is so much else to go through as well, so many things that I had to leave out, and that just wouldn't fit into this video. I would go on for hours and hours, but hopefully now you can see how deep of a tradition Sufi music is, both in its traditional ritualized forms, but also in the more contemporary ways that it expresses itself in art music and in different genres and ways across the globe. It has not only been an important part of Sufism or Tasawwuf historically, but also a very valuable factor in the development of music in the Islamic world more generally, as well as in the artistic heritage of the world. I'll see you next time.
I mean, I think he did a pretty good job in this video, personally. Personally, I think he did a pretty good job. Oh, I always forget to like these videos too. I have to go back and like all these videos that we have watched. Oops. Hopefully that was the same link. Copy. There we go. All right. And in Discord. Okay. Let's keep it pushing here. And we will talk about Rumi finally.
There's no doubt that on a global level, the most famous Sufi in the world, or the person that most people associate with Sufism, is the Persian mystic and poet Jalaluddin Rumi. His poetry has been translated into numerous languages, and he has been one of the best-selling poets in all of North America and Europe, even 800 years after he lived. His verses include themes of love and heartbreak, entertaining stories and profound insights that touch people worldwide even today. At the same time, Rumi is also a greatly misunderstood figure. Many people know that he was a so-called Sufi, that he belonged to the tradition known as Sufism. And this is true, but what does this actually mean? Fewer still are aware of the fact that he was a devoted Muslim, whose poetry is infused with and can really only be properly understood through the context of his Islamic intellectual framework. A lot of the poetry of Rumi that has become so famous through quotes on Instagram posts or all over the internet are often based on questionable translations that will remove all of the Islamic context and Islamic references in his poetry.
Of course.
And a lot of the quotes that we see on the internet are also just outright false. They're not by Rumi at all. But that isn't to say that Rumi doesn't have universal appeal, which he certainly does. His works are incredibly beautiful, regardless of your background. But we do ourselves a disservice when we neglect to understand the actual context in which he writes, the symbolism that he uses, and what his colorful words are actually pointing to on a broader level. Rumi is one of the most popular and influential Sufi writers in history, even in the Islamic world. So let's take a few minutes to try to get to know this giant of mystical and Persian literature. Who was Rumi really? What was the historical context in which he lived and worked, and how can we get a better and more nuanced understanding of his philosophy and his worldview so that we can better appreciate the literary masterpieces that he composed? Jalaluddin Muhammad al-Balkhi was born in the year 1207 in the region known as Khorasan. His nisbah, or the title al-Balkhi, seems to indicate that he was from the city of Balkh in particular. And while it is true that his father and family had a connection with the city of Balkh, it seems possible that Rumi himself was born and spent his first years in a city called Vakhsh in modern Tajikistan, where his parents resided for a couple of years. This region was part of the larger Persianate cultural sphere, and Rumi and his family thus spoke Persian as their native language and took part in that cultural context, you could say. His father, Baha'u'ddin Valad, was a religious scholar of relative renown and seems to have worked essentially as a preacher and teacher of some of the religious sciences such as fiqh or Islamic jurisprudence. Baha'u'ddin and his family followed the Hanafi school of Islamic law, a tradition that his son Rumi would also inherit later on. This, together with the Shafi'i school, were the most prominent in this region at the time, and the Hanafi school is today the largest of all the four major schools, as well as often being considered the most quote-unquote liberal. From his surviving writings, such as the Ma'arif, as well as from secondary accounts, it also becomes clear that Baha'u'ddin was a mystic, involved with Sufism and having ecstatic visionary experiences of the divine. And on account of both of these aspects of his career, being a teacher of exoteric sciences, but also a Sufi sheikh of sorts, he had a modest group of followers or students that often accompanied him. This already shows that one common narrative about Rumi's life is not entirely accurate. It's often claimed that Rumi was an entirely exoterically oriented, formalistic Muslim scholar until he met Shams Tabrizi, after which point he becomes an ecstatic mystic, like a complete 180 turnaround. This was not the case. Rumi was very much aware of mysticism and Sufism. It was all around him as he grew up. His father was a mystic. All the kind of people around him were Sufis and mystics. He would have been deeply immersed, at least on a surface level. That doesn't make sense. He would have been deeply involved or deeply aware of the Sufi tradition as it was all around him, even in his own family. So this is important to remember, already one of those common misconceptions about Rumi that we have to dispel. In any case, the family, including the young Jalaluddin, seems to have eventually moved to Samarkand, where Baha'u'ddin ran into some trouble as he would criticize and kind of get into a beef with the ruling elite for being morally and religiously corrupt. And only a few years later, they made another and even more significant move, this time leaving the east for good. Probably around the year 1217, when Jalaluddin would have been around 10 years old, they left Samarkand and Khorasan to travel to the west and never to return. There are various theories and accounts as to why they made this sudden move. A popular version is that Baha'u'ddin and his family saw the looming threat of the Mongol armies that were getting closer and closer and chose to leave before that would become an issue. This is possible, but the Mongol invasion was still a few years away, and it would have been hard to know beforehand that such an invasion was in fact going to happen. So another theory is that Baha'u'ddin's increasingly bad relationship with the ruling Khwarezm Shah dynasty actually forced him to leave due to these political circumstances. It's hard to say exactly what happened, but what we do know for sure is that Baha'u'ddin, parts of his family, including Jalaluddin, and a group of followers did indeed leave the region to travel to the Islamic heartlands in the west. They visited Baghdad for a while, they went on a pilgrimage to Mecca to perform the Hajj, one of the pillars of the Islamic religion. They might have stayed in Syria for a while and even settled for a couple of years in a city called Larende from around the year 1221. It's here that Jalaluddin came of age, got married, and had his first children, including Sultan Valad, who would take over after his father's death and was instrumental in the founding of the Mevlevi order. But it was in another place that the family, and of course Rumi, would find their permanent home when, possibly on the invitation of the Seljuk ruler Alauddin Kaikobad, they moved to the city of Konya, in what is today Turkey. This is possibly in the year 1228. This was a good place to be, being a major political and cultural center of the Seljuk Empire, and it allowed Baha'u'ddin to establish himself as a pretty prominent religious authority and teacher. Now, when we read the hagiographies about Rumi and his life, his father, Baha'u'ddin, is portrayed as a world-renowned religious scholar, the, quote, king of the ulama, who was sought by people from all over the Islamic world for his expertise in questions of Hanafi law, among other things. The historical record does not really support this idea, though, and is likely an exaggeration after the fact. He was a religious authority, to be sure. He had a group of followers, and he managed to become quite popular and relatively prominent in Konya in the last years of his life, but probably nowhere near the kind of portrayal and renown that we find in the hagiographies. He taught in a prominent madrasa in Konya and had the authority to issue fatwas, or legal opinions on matters of law and religion. But one of the reasons that they settled in Konya, rather than in one of the more major cities associated with Islamic scholarship, such as Baghdad, Damascus, and Cairo, is probably that he couldn't really get any employment there. This would have required a much more accomplished and established, renowned person. Konya, on the other hand, was more on the borders of the Islamic Empire. It was a significant center of the Seljuk Empire, but nothing like Baghdad in terms of scholarship. Anatolia was a place that had recently been conquered, and much of the population were either still non-Muslims altogether or recently converted Muslims that didn't know much about the details of its practices and ideas. This, in other words, was a great place for someone like Baha'u'ddin to be in order to teach religion in a place where the demand was high, especially since he was also a mystic and incorporated the Sufi aspects into his religious teaching and preaching, something that was rather popular and sought after in that region at the time. As we all know, this would also be a good place for his son to, only a few years later, become an even more prominent scholar and figure than his father ever was. And it is indeed because of his association with Konya and in this larger region that Rumi is known as Rumi. In the Islamic world, he was either known as Jalaluddin al-Balkhi, right? Jalaluddin from Balkh, this region that he was from originally, or simply as Maulana, which means our master, Mevlana in Turkish. There is some early references to him being given the name, or being referred to by the name Maulana Rumi. And why is this? Where does this name come from? Because it does have its origins in the Islamic tradition and in the Mevlevi order that followed him, even though it wasn't as common as it is today. And it is essentially because he was associated with this region, Konya and Anatolia. This region was known as Rum, which means Rome, basically, because this place had been ruled by the Byzantine Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire. So this was considered part of the wider region of Rome or Rum. So Jalaluddin Rumi essentially means Jalaluddin the Roman, right? Or the one from Rome or from Rum, which is really interesting. Baha'u'ddin Valad, the father of Jalaluddin Rumi, unfortunately passed away only about 2 years after they arrived in Konya, either in 1230 or 1231. Rumi himself would have been around 25 years old at this point, and while apparently already a respected teacher and preacher of sorts, he was not old enough to take over all of his father's previous responsibilities. But just in time, one of Baha'u'ddin's older close students from the Balkh region arrived in Konya. This was Burhanuddin Muhaqqiq, at this point an ecstatic Sufi master and family friend who took Jalaluddin under his wing. For the remainder of Burhanuddin's life, Rumi would remain his student and considered him his sheikh. Burhanuddin first sent Rumi to Syria to properly study the exoteric religious sciences like law and theology with renowned teachers there. Rumi would spend the majority of the 1230s in Syria in places like Aleppo and Damascus, a place that of course had many significant figures, both scholars and mystics, living there at the time. Once he returned to Konya, he was a significantly learned scholar, surpassing even his father in religious knowledge. And it was at this point that Burhanuddin started to teach Rumi the mystical Sufi path. Again, Rumi would have, of course, been surrounded by Sufism throughout his life, since his father was a Sufi sheikh, and he was in the know, so to say, in various ways. But it was under Burhanuddin that he started traveling on the Sufi path properly over a number of years, eventually becoming an accomplished master himself. He would go on several spiritual retreats, he would fast for long periods of time, and all the other practices associated with Sufi training. About a decade after he arrived, Burhanuddin eventually passed away around the year 1241. But at that point, Rumi's training was already complete, and he would thus start his career properly as an increasingly famous and renowned scholar and mystic. Rumi was an expert in Hanafi Islamic law, and he would give fatwas or legal opinions on different matters. He would also teach other students, and he gained a very favorable reputation. Combining an expertise in exoteric religious sciences as well as his role as a Sufi master and sheikh, Rumi eventually surpassed his father in reputation and renown. Just like his father, he was a fantastic preacher and was very popular among the common people. Both himself and other people at the time agreed that Rumi was especially skilled at attracting people of different religious backgrounds, particularly Christians for some reason, and through his preaching and teaching he would often lead them to convert to Islam. In other words, Rumi was essentially on top of the world at this time. He was one of the most renowned and popular scholars in Konya, both as a teacher of Islamic law and so on, and also as a Sufi sheikh and mystic who was known for performing miracles and all these self-negating and renunciate practices. So again, this idea of Rumi as a totally exoteric, formalistic Muslim scholar that then suddenly turns into a mystic is not entirely accurate, but there is a point to be made that he was certainly at this time a sort of public figure, someone who was known as a scholar, a man of book learning and worldly religious knowledge, so to say. But then, as most of us know, something happens, something that would turn Jalal ad-Din from Balkh into Rumi as we know him. That something was a man called Shams ad-Din at-Tabrizi, who arrived in Konya in November 1244 and would turn Rumi's life upside down. There are many different accounts of their first meeting, each one of course more dramatic than the next. Shams apparently settled in a local inn for rice sellers when he arrived in Konya, and an early account of their meeting takes place in a pavilion right outside this inn, as Rumi and his companions were passing by one day. In most accounts, Shams asks a question of Rumi, usually involving the famous early Sufi Bayazid al-Bistami. Shams himself, in his surviving writings called the Maqalat, described their meeting like this, quote, "The first thing I spoke about with him was this. How is it that Abu Yazid did not need to follow the example of the Prophet and did not say, 'Glory be to thee,' or 'we worship thee'?" And Rumi completely understood the full implications of the problem and where it came from and where it was leading to. It made him inebriated on account of his purity of spirit, for his spirit was pure and cleansed and it shone within him. I realized the sweetness of this question from his inebriation, though I had previously been unaware of its sweetness. In one of the more common versions, Shams approaches Rumi as he is walking by, and he asks him a very interesting question, a very radical question, you could say. He says, who is the better mystic, or who is the better sage, Abu Yazid al-Bistami or the Prophet Muhammad? Which obviously is a very loaded question, a very controversial question, and of course, consciously so. This is the whole point. Probably Rumi's students or followers, the ones around him, would have been shocked by this question, but Rumi is intrigued, and he actually answers the question. He says that the Prophet Muhammad is the superior mystic, or the superior man. Shams then replies back and he says, how come then that Abu Yazid al-Bistami exclaimed Subhani, right? This famous ecstatic utterance by Bistami, which means glory be to me. He said to have said this in a sort of ecstatic moment of annihilation in God. He said, Subhani, glory be to me. How come Bistami says that, whereas Muhammad says, glory be to thee? He speaks of God in second person. So how come then Muhammad is the superior person? And then, which is a good point, of course, Rumi then answers something to the effect that Bistami was in fact limited in his understanding and had misconstrued that limit as having actually reached God, whereas Muhammad, who had gone much further on the path, had realized that this journey and this way to God was eternal and much longer, and thus he spoke about God in a different way, in the second person rather than the first person. So this is a higher station than Bistami. It's a really fascinating encounter, and it had an incredibly strong impact on both Rumi and Shams. It becomes the starting point for a very significant and long spiritual relationship. Indeed, in some ways, this meeting between Rumi and Shams is one of the most significant moments in religious and literary history, as two spiritual giants meet for the first time and begin a relationship that would lead to some of the greatest poetry in history, as well as, of course, having major effects on the future of not only Sufism and Islam, but the entire Islamic world and beyond. This is one of the great love stories of the world. Not necessarily romantic or physical love, but a spiritual one. Rumi and Shams are inseparable from this moment on. Some reports say that they would shut themselves into a room for weeks or months in deep spiritual discussion. Rumi goes from being a public scholar and teacher to a kind of recluse, from a man of books and conceptual learning to an ecstatic and intoxicated mystic. Rumi is reported by Shams to have said, quote, "Since I have become acquainted with you, these books have become lifeless in my eyes." It is after the arrival of Shams that Rumi discovers the power of music as a spiritual practice, in the form known as Sama, a Sufi practice that stemmed back many centuries. Shams, Rumi, and his disciples would hold such rituals of audition regularly, and it became a significant aspect of his mysticism. Rumi's love for music as a spiritual practice is widely known and famous, and he would often move to the music in a kind of whirling and meditative motion, it is often said. He would spin around with his arms extended. The scholar Franklin D. Lewis says, quote, "Sama was an activity for the true men of God, which liberated Rumi from the austere ways of self-renunciation and gave him a joyous vehicle for expressing his mystical rapture." It even seems that Rumi was himself a musician, and that he played the rabab, a string instrument that is played with a bow that still survives today, actually. He mentions the rabab in many of his poems in a loving way, and his son, Sultan Balad, even wrote a poem called the Rabab Name, which mirrors Rumi's own Neyname, the song of the reed, in a really interesting kind of way. And this love of music and the particular kind of sama and dance that Rumi, Shams, and the disciples would perform was to have a great effect on the Mevlevi order later on too. It is also in this period that Rumi, very significantly, starts to compose poetry for the first time. In many ways, the reason Rumi wrote poetry was to relay the teachings of Shams. As we saw earlier, Rumi was exceptionally skilled at communicating with the common people, whereas Shams' ecstatic teachings were hard for people to grasp. So Rumi saw his mission as one where he would use those oratory and literary skills to convey the truths of Shams, to be the moon that reflected the light of the sun, so to say. Rumi says in a poem, quote, "Shamsi Tabriz, through your sun we shine just like the moon." This all being a pun on the fact that the name Shams in Arabic literally means sun. Shams himself says, quote, "This Maulana is like moonlight. The eye cannot take in the sun of my being, but it can take in the moon. The extreme brightness of the rays make the eye unable to tolerate the sun. The moon cannot reach the sun unless the sun reaches out to the moon." Indeed, the great Divan of Rumi, or his collection of poems, was given the title Divan-i Shams, or Divan of Shams Tabrizi, that is, the Divan of Shams, as the whole work is dedicated to this master and often takes on his poetic persona. The relationship between Rumi and Shams is really unique and interesting. In many ways, Rumi took on Shams as his master, a sheikh who guided him to full absorption in God and to the utmost stations of the mystical path. But at the same time, Rumi was already himself a Sufi master when the two met, and Shams seems to have also learned a lot from Rumi. So, in other words, they were some kind of spiritual companions of a sort, who lifted each other up to the heights of spiritual attainment. Quote, "My thoughts and reflections inspired by you, as though I were your phrases and expression." But who was this Shams that had such a great impact on Rumi? As his name suggests, he was from the city of Tabriz in what is today Iran. But up until a few decades ago, this was basically all that we knew. All the information we have are from the writings of Rumi and his disciples, which basically limits us to the period after his arrival in Konya. And we knew very little about his life and who he was before that. That is, until only a few decades ago, when the actual writings of Shams was discovered, which of course gives us a much broader and better picture of who he was. Now, the common narrative of Shams, even today, with all this information, is that he was some sort of just wandering dervish, which he was, of course, but in the sense that he was sort of illiterate, just this qalandar sort of dervish that walked around with nothing but a prayer mat and a flute, and was possibly illiterate and had reached illumination by some sort of inspiration and experience. But when we read his actual works, it becomes clear that while this vision isn't entirely wrong, it's not the whole picture either. Because Shams seems to have been a rather well-educated man. Just like Rumi, he would have studied the Islamic sciences, he was an expert in Islamic law, although in this case he was a Shafi'i rather than a Hanafi like Rumi, but still he would have studied deeply the religious sciences of Islam and literature. He knew the classical Sufi literature, which might explain why he knew so well the story of Bistami, for example. So Shams was certainly a highly educated man. While he was from Tabriz originally, he seems to have early on traveled all around the Islamic world looking for a teacher that could sort of match his own spiritual attainments and sort of prove himself worthy of being his master, which he could never really find, it seems. He seems to have spent a significant amount of time in Damascus in Syria, where he also met and spent time with Sufis, Sufi masters and mystics, including a guy that he refers to as Sheikh Muhammad, who might actually be the famous Ibn Arabi, although it's not entirely certain, but it seems, at least in my opinion, it seems pretty clear that he is referring to Ibn Arabi. And he often praises and talks about these masters in a very sort of loving and appreciative way, but none of them could truly sort of match him and live up to his high requirements and expectations. That is, of course, until he arrives in Konya and meets Rumi, who sort of makes all his dreams and wishes come true. They had a very close relationship for the short time that Shams was in Konya. But all things weren't well. Indeed, many of Rumi's followers developed a strong jealousy over the fact that Shams was given such a high status, basically making Rumi neglect his public role as a teacher and spending time with them. On top of this, Shams appeared to them to be just some poor dervish without nearly the scholarly prowess of their master. How could he possibly deserve all this praise and treatment? And many of the disciples seem to have made these feelings known. Some accounts even state that they might have straight up threatened Shams with violence if he didn't leave. Whatever the reason, one day Shams is suddenly gone. He had left Konya behind, throwing Rumi into complete despair. He stopped composing poetry, he became an even more reclusive person than before, and was generally just very distraught. His followers realized that things had pretty much backfired. Instead of bringing their master back to them, the disappearance of Shams only made things worse. Eventually, they got word that Shams had gone to Damascus, and Rumi sent his son, Sultan Valad, on a mission to retrieve him, which he did. Shams once again returns to Konya. Things are much better this time. They celebrate by holding Sama sessions, and Rumi once again composes poetry. But all things must pass, as they say, and only about a year later, Shams disappears once again, but this time for good. Rumi sends several missions to find him in Syria and other places, but no one could find a single trace of him. Eventually, Rumi had to give up and realize that his son was gone, and that he now had to find that light within himself instead of in an external person. His spiritual training was, in a way, finally complete. There are many different accounts about what happened to Shams. One famous example, told in the Chronicle of Aflaki, for example, states that the followers of Rumi became jealous once again, and that this time they went so far as to actually murder Shams. In some accounts, it's even stated that one of Rumi's own sons, Ala ad-Din, was a key figure in this plot to murder Shams. Another version, however, is less dramatic. Shams seems to have expressed a desire to leave shortly before disappearing. A key aspect of the Sufi path is when the student has to leave the sheikh or master behind and complete his training on his own. In this case, though, Rumi couldn't really leave because he had so many responsibilities as a teacher in Konya. So Shams might have decided to instead leave Rumi as the last part of his teaching. We really don't know what happened to Shams. Some claim that he went back to Tabriz and that he died there a few years
Damn
later.
history, man.
There is actually a claim or a place, it's claimed that he died in a place called Khoy in Iran. And there's actually kind of a mausoleum or a supposed burial place and a tomb for Shams there. On the other hand, there's also some that claim that Shams' body actually lies in Konya because, following this idea that he was murdered, it is said that the murderers threw Shams' body into a well in Konya and that his body is still there. I believe there's even a kind of monument where his body might be. So there are disagreements about what happened to Shams. At the end of the day, we simply don't know. It's a mystery and we will probably never know for sure. What we do know for sure, though, is the incredible impact that Shams had on Rumi. From the time of Shams's disappearance in 1247 or 1248, Rumi would sort of really come into his own. He would take on this role as the incredibly powerful mystic that he is known for today. Shams had turned him from a mystically oriented scholar to an ecstatic lover. His following in Konya, the Proto-Mevlevis in other words, grew to a significant size, and he had incredible power, even on a kind of semi-political level. It's also after this final disappearance of Shams that Rumi composes the majority of the poetry that we all know and love. To the wider world, Rumi is of course famous as one of the greatest love poets in history, and his verse is undeniably magnificent. He was greatly influenced by earlier Persian Sufi poets such as Sana'i and Fariduddin Attar, the author of the famous Conference of the Birds. Indeed, there is even a famous story that Rumi met Attar as a young boy when he and his father was traveling west from Balkh, but this is most likely more of a legendary story than historical fact. In any case, Rumi's literary output is very impressive, not only taking inspiration from these earlier poets, but also being very original and unique himself. He truly had a remarkable skill at conveying the sometimes complex teachings of Islam and Sufism to a general audience, and his words are able to touch people regardless of their cultural or religious background. This was a very useful skill in Konya at the time, with a large non-Muslim population as well as recent converts with limited knowledge of the religion. Even during his own lifetime, Rumi was not just popular and renowned among his fellow Muslims, but also by Christians and Jews living in the region at the time. In terms of his poetry, there are two major works to consider. The first is his Divan, or Diwan, that we've already mentioned before, going on the titles like the Divani Shams, the Divan of Shams at-Tabrizi, or the Divani Kabir, the Great Divan. Now, a Diwan, or Divan in Persian, isn't necessarily a coherent work per se, but is a full collection of poetry. In other words, this is a work that contains all or most of Rumi's individual poems in various styles and forms. As the title suggests, the work as a whole is dedicated to Shams, and many of the poems either take on the poetic persona and voice of Shams, or are dedicated to praising or talking about this master, often in an even surprisingly devotional tone. Just listen to this, quote, "You are my sky, I am the earth dumbfounded. What things you sprout from my heart each moment. I am parched earth, rain down on me drops of grace, for your water makes the earth grow rosy. What does the earth know, what you sow in it? You made it pregnant, you know what it bears, every atom pregnant with your mysteries. You make it writhe a while in pangs of birth. What marvels writhe to birth through the world womb? And I am God, the call glory to me." The Divan contains over 5,000 poems and 44,000 verses.
Jeez, that's a lot.
About 3,000 of them are so-called ghazals, a popular form of poetry in Persian, and another 2,000 are rubayat, or quatrains. Then there are also a few qasidas and other poetic genres. The language also varies, with the vast majority of the poems, of course, being in Persian, but a few are in Arabic, and there are even some instances of Turkish and Greek. Needless to say, this is an incredible collection, containing some of the most famous lines of poetry in history. It deals with all kinds of topics, but some more central themes, such as, for example, love. love is one of the key concepts for Rumi, and it isn't for nothing that he is seen as such a great love poet. But this love is more complex than many might imagine. Primarily, when Rumi talks about love, he's talking about love of God, and the love that exists between God and creation. A love that is the thread that keeps the cosmos together and which pulls the mystic towards his God and toward the essential unity of reality. Now, that isn't to say that worldly love, such as love between spouses, is irrelevant to this poetry. Poets like Rumi don't make a clear distinction between metaphysical or divine love and human love. It's all the same love. Human love becomes like a manifestation or expression of the more universal divine love that is at the core of his message. So his poetry can often be read in different ways and on different levels of meaning, all of which are often true at the same time, which is what makes his poetry so accessible. But the second major poetic work, and probably the one that is the most renowned worldwide, is a more coherent and unified one. It's an epic narrative poem called the Masnavi-e-Ma'navi, often known under the shorter title, the Masnavi. The full title means something like spiritual couplets, the word Masnavi simply being the name of the particular poetic style or form that it's written in, which is known as Masnavi or Mathnawi in Arabic. And this is essentially just rhyming couplets. It's the same poetic form that Attar's Conference of the Birds was written in, among many other famous poems at the time. But it goes to show just how influential and loved Rumi's poem is that it is universally known as the Masnavi. Indeed, this work has been so celebrated in the Muslim world to the point that it has even been called the Quran in Persian. And it is in some ways a commentary on the Quran, or on the general teachings of Islam as understood through Rumi's Sufism. It deals with all kinds of religious and spiritual topics, from law to theology and spiritual practice, but through accessible poetry in the form of stories, fables, and many other fascinating and entertaining, yet of course profound narratives and sections. The Masnavi was composed sometime during the last 10 or so years of Rumi's life, from around 1260 to 1273. It was composed at the request of Rumi's at the time senior disciple and successor Hussam ad-Din Chelebi, who was also present during the actual composing itself. Rumi and Hussam ad-Din would sit together. Rumi would recite the poetry, and Hussam ad-Din would write it down and then would read it back to him. For many years this process went on, which isn't surprising when you consider the length of the work. The Masnavi consists of 6 books with about 25,000 verses. A truly epic poem and possibly one of the greatest literary achievements in history. But like we said, Rumi was not just a poet, but also a famous and loved preacher. And there are prose works attributed to him as well. In particular, there is a work entitled the Fihi ma Fihi, which essentially means something like "in it, what is in it." And this is a collection of sermons or discourses of Rumi, delivered to his students and then written down. While not as famous as his poetry, this is still a very significant work and features important details about his teachings and biography in a more straightforward prose form. We can tell just from reading these discourses, even in translation, that he must have been quite a compelling speaker. But what are all those teachings that he conveyed in his poetry? What is the philosophy of Rumi, the teachings and wisdoms that we find in works like the Divan or in the Masnavi, and which have captivated so many people worldwide? In many ways, Rumi represents a certain flavor of Sufism that emphasizes a particular concept, that of love. We already talked about this a bit earlier, but love is indeed one of the most recurring and important themes in the poetry and the practice of Islam that he represents. This love, as we saw, is both on a practical, mystical, and even metaphysical level. He was a Sufi, and so his focus is on many of those common and familiar Sufi themes that we have explored in earlier episodes. The Sufi path is one of ascending stations where you are guided by a sheikh or master on gradually higher levels of intimacy with God. Eventually, on the highest level, the mystic reaches what is known as fana, or fana fillah, annihilation in God, where the person becomes completely effaced in the reality of the divine and experiences the true oneness of reality, or of God. This is what is sought by the Sufi and is described in so many of the poems. Quote, You are your own shadow, become annihilated in the rays of the sun. How long will you look at your shadow? Look also at his light. Or, quote, the world is snow and ice, and thou art the burning summer. No trace of it remains, O king, when thy traces appear. The realization of this oneness and a direct experience of God is essentially hindered by a single thing, the nafs, often translated as ego or self. It is our idea and attachment to the idea of a separate individual self and all the cravings and wants that results from that self that keeps us from experiencing God and of uniting with God, or rather of realizing that essential oneness that is there all along. This idea of the nafs and the path to fight against and annihilate it is a key theme in Rumi. He even identifies the nafs with Iblis, or the devil, and even with hell itself. In his discourses, Rumi explains it like this, quote, with God, there is no room for two egos. You say I, and he says I. In order for this duality to disappear, either you must die for him, or he for you. It is not possible, however, for him to die, either phenomenally or conceptually, because he is the ever-living who dieth not. He is so gracious, however, that if it were possible, he would die for you in order that the duality might disappear. Since it is not possible for him to die, you must die that he may be manifested to you, thus eliminating the duality. The whole process of the Sufi path, the fasting, retreats, renunciation, dhikr, and listening to music, is to transcend this self or ego, the nafs. Over the course of the spiritual journey, the nafs is gradually burnt away until nothing of it remains, and only then can God appear. True selfhood lies in the experience of no self, of being nothing at all. As he said, in the realm of the divine, in the realm of unity, there can be no duality, no you and I, but only the all-encompassing reality of the divine. Rumi himself refers to this burning of the self when he says, quote, 3 short phrases tell the story of my life. I was raw, I got cooked, I burned. Speaking about this transcending of duality, he also says, quote, from the beginning, when I heard the story of being in love, I wore up my soul, heart, and eyes in its path. I said, perhaps the lover and beloved are two, but both were one, and I was seeing double. According to the Quran and Islamic theology, we were once united in pre-existence, before God's existentiating command, after which multiplicity and the phenomenal world appeared. Thus we have become separated from God, snatched away from that original state of unity, which is the cause of all our suffering. Or rather, it is our ideas and attachment to the false idea of an independent self that causes trouble. And once we're able to transcend that self, to forget it completely, we can find the essential oneness hiding underneath. It is precisely this theme that Rumi talks about in the opening lines to the massive Masnavi, a section that has become famous in its own right as the Song of the Reed, and could be argued to be the most famous section of Persian poetry in history. In these couplets, Rumi uses the image of the ney flute, a popular instrument in the Middle East and Central Asia, and its sorrowful, wailing tones as a mirroring of the human cry of longing to be united once again with God. Just as the ney flute longs to return to the reed bed from which it came, the human longs to return to unity. To give you an idea of the beauty of this poetry, I think it's worthwhile to hear it in its original Persian so that we can experience the melody and rhyming. The Masnavi and the poetry of Rumi in general is very musical in nature, which really comes through in the original language. So here are the first 18 lines of the Masnavi, also known as the Song of the Reed, read by Safa Mirror with accompanying translation.
بشنو این نی چون شکایت می کند از جدایی ها حکایت می کند کز نیستان تا مرا ببریدند در نفیرم مرد و زن نالیدند سینه خواهم شرح از فراق تا بگویم شرح درد اشتیاق هر کسی کو دور ماند از اصل خویش باز جوید روزگار وصل خویش من به هر جمعیتی نالان شدم جفت بدحالان و خوشحالان شدم هر کسی از ظن خود شد یار من، از درون من نجست اسرار من. سر من از ناله من دور نیست، لیک چشم و گوش را آن نور نیست. تن ز جان و جان ز تن مستور نیست، لیک کس را دید جان دستور نیست. آتش است این بانگ نای و نیست باد، هر که این آتش ندارد نیست باد. آتش عشق است کاندر نی فتاد، جوشش عشق است کاندر می فتاد. نی حریف هر که از یاری برید، پرده هایش پرده های ما درید. همچو نی زهری و تریاقی که دید، همچو نی دمساز و مشتاقی که دید. نی حدیث راه پرخون می کند، قصه های عشق مجنون می کند. محرم این هوش جز بیهوش نیست، مر زبان را مشتری جز گوش نیست. در غم ما روزها بیگاه شد، روزها با سوزها همراه شد. روزها گر رفت گو رو باک نیست، تو بمان ای آنکه چون تو پاک نیست. هر که جز ماهی ز آبش سیر شد، هر که بی روزیست روزش دیر شد. در نیابد حال پخته هیچ خام، پس سخن کوتاه باید والسلام.
That was very beautiful, chat. What did y'all think of hearing Rumi's poetry in Persian? I'm just reading the translations. It sounded very beautiful, you know.
A truly remarkable piece of literature that manages to encapsulate so many of the aspects of Sufi teachings and particularly the teachings of Rumi in a few short lines. Just as the ney is hollow on the inside to allow for the breath of the player to course through it, so the individual person must empty himself and become hollow on the inside, become nothing, become empty, become nothing, so that the breath of God in this metaphor, the love of God, can sort of course through the person and create music equally as beautiful as the music of the ney. It's really amazing imagery. Safa actually has a YouTube channel where she, among other things, does beautiful readings of Persian poetry, and I believe she's just about to do a series on the Song of the Reed in particular.
Oh,
so if
okay.
you're interested in that kind of stuff, you should check out that channel, and I will leave links to that in the description. In the last, 18th couplet, Rumi says that, quote, words must be cut short. And this is another important aspect of his thought, and that of Sufism in general. This knowledge and experience of God that Rumi is describing and the mystic seeks is not a knowledge that can be put into words or understood through concepts. In this sense, Rumi isn't interested in philosophy or the wisdoms that can be learned through books. That kind of knowledge, that is conceptual knowledge, often known as ilm in Arabic and also in Persian, is severely limited and can never give us true knowledge of God. Instead, the kind of knowledge a mystic like Rumi seeks is something else. It's something often called ma'arifa in the tradition, which is sometimes translated as Gnostic knowledge or mystical knowledge. This is not knowledge learned through words, but intuited or directly experienced through what's known as kashf, for literally unveiling. The veils of illusion, of independent self and all its acquired quote-unquote knowledge are ripped away to where nothing remains, and in that darkness of annihilation, one directly experiences the truth of oneness, a truth completely beyond words or concepts. Quote, "O union with thee is the root of all joys, for these are all forms, but that is meaning." Or in the classic poem, quote, "I am not me, you are not you, and you are not me. Yet I am me, you are you, and you are me as well. O idol of Khotan, with you I am such that I am in doubt whether I am you or you are me." In the Sufi tradition, another word is used to describe this kind of intuitive knowledge, which is dhawq. And this literally in Arabic means tasting. This is a really great word because it sort of captures the way that we can think of this kind of knowledge. So just as you can never truly know what something tastes like, say in another video I took the example of a piece of chocolate. Someone can describe chocolate to you all, for all day, but you will never know truly what chocolate tastes like until you just put it in your mouth and taste it for yourself. And this is what marifa, or this kind of mystical knowledge, is like. You can never truly have this knowledge without experiencing it yourself. That is the whole point. And that central theme of love and love as knowledge is another great metaphor for this, because just as this knowledge of God is something that cannot be described or really put into words, so when we're in love, or when we feel love is this kind of feeling, this way of being that no one can really truly put into words, right? It's an experience that is beyond expression and in human language in some way, but we all know love when we feel it. It's this obvious feeling that we all have, but it's really difficult to put into words. So that's why this idea of love also, along with like tasting, love is a really great metaphor and sort of symbol for this kind of mystical knowledge. It is love that burns away the nafs, the self. And it is love that gives us this true knowledge, which is identical to that love in a certain sense. Quote, "The lover's sufferings like no other suffering. Love is the astrolabe of God's own mysteries. No matter whether love is of this world or of the next, it steals us to that world. Whatever words I say to explain this love, when I arrive at love, I am ashamed. Though language gives a clear account of love, yet love beyond all language is the clearer. The pen had gone at breakneck speed in writing, but when it came to love, it split in two. The explaining mind sleeps like an ass in mud, for love alone explains love and the lover." Love, for Rumi, also extends outward. To love God is to love God's creation. Love your fellow human beings, animals, and even plants. Rumi is described in the biographies as a remarkably kind and loving person, and to basically everyone. We even find Shams being a little concerned about just how nice Rumi was to everyone. But this was part of his essential worldview. When we read his works, Rumi comes across as a very, you could say, tolerant, understanding, and open-minded person, even towards those of other creeds within Islam and even other religions altogether. Quote, "If you have lost heart in the path of love, flee to me without delay. I am a fortress invincible." But this also needs to be significantly nuanced. We have to remember that Rumi was a devout Muslim. He performed all the practices expected of a Muslim, such as the prayers and the fasting, etc. And he time and time again emphasizes the importance of doing these things and of following the Islamic law. As we saw, he was himself an expert and authority on Hanafi law, so this is hardly surprising. Even after he became an intoxicated, loving mystic, he was still an expert on Islamic law. He would still give out fatwas or legal opinions. People would come to him for answers to questions relating to Islamic law and belief. For sure, he saw Islam as the only fully true religion, the Quran as the last revelation to mankind, and Muhammad as the final prophet. He also followed Sunni Islam in particular and wrote critically about Shiism in some places. In other words, Rumi was Muslim. There is really no denying or even debating this question. Today, he has often been construed as some universalist mystic where religious adherence isn't important. This is simply a complete misrepresentation and oversimplification of his person and teachings, and is often supported by the many fake Rumi quotes that are spread out all over the internet. Rumi saw himself as a Muslim, and Islam was to him the one true religion to be followed. With that said, however, there is also no denying that he was what many today would refer to as tolerant of religious differences. He had a certain ecumenical approach to such questions and seems to have stayed away from sectarianism as much as possible. This stems partly from Rumi's strong insistence on the inner spiritual meanings and truths behind all religious observances, the so-called ma'ana. He often criticizes other Muslims for getting too bogged down in the formalities and observances of rituals while forgetting or neglecting their inner meanings, which are the true purpose of religion. Outward practices are like a shell, and the inner meanings are the core. He uses a famous example here about the elephant standing in a dark room, an analogy that seems to come from India originally. Multiple people enter this dark room to figure out what the object is. One person touches the leg and says it's something like a tree. Another one grabs the trunk and says it's like a snake. A third one the stomach and says it's like a brick wall, for instance. All of the men are describing the same object, but their limited perspectives mean that they also get just a portion of the whole truth. Thus, their conception is somewhat distorted and colored by that particular perspective. Similarly, there is one truth of religion, which many different traditions describe in various ways, none of whom can fully see the elephant for what it is, but still describe it through their particular perspective. In some ways, each person has their own way to God, and there's the intention and inner state of the worshipper that is most important, without, of course, neglecting the outward aspect. Quote, "For Hindis, Hindi is for praise of God. The praise of God in Sindhi is for Sindhis. I am not sanctified by their laudations. It's they who are made holy, strewing pearls. We look at neither languages nor words, but at the soul and at the inner state. Inspecting hearts, we see if they are humble, although the spoken words are not so humble." One of the best examples of this idea is in another story from the Masnavi about Moses and the shepherd, which this earlier quote is a section from. In this story, Moses is walking along and sees a shepherd in deep prayer and worship, but he worships in a unique way. Quote, "O Lord my God, where are you that I may become your servant, that I may sew your shoes and comb your hair, that I may wash your clothes and kill your lice, and bring your milk to you, your eminence?" Talking about God in such anthropomorphic ways is of course unacceptable to Moses, who harshly scolds the shepherd for his behavior. Quote, "You've sunk a long way down. No Muslim you've turned into a heathen. What piffle is this? What blasphemy and guff? Go stuff some cotton wool into your mouth." The shepherd is ashamed, he apologizes and disappears into the desert. But at this point, God speaks to Moses and explains that it is he who has acted unjustly. Although the prayers of the shepherd were flawed because of anthropomorphism, by scolding him, Moses had only taken him further away from God, creating separation instead of union. Quote, "You have repelled from us our loyal servant. Did you come to create a sense of union, or did you come to generate division? Do not touch separation if you can. For me, the worst of all things is divorce. I have consigned away for everyone, to everyone a different idiom. For him it's praise, for you disparagement. For him it's honey, for you it's poison." Love of God with flawed outer practice is better than no worship or love at all. Moses is ashamed and returns to the shepherd, who turns out to be actually doing great, having learned from the experience, becoming inspired in his despair to go beyond all these dualities and find annihilation himself. This story really encapsulates this central aspect of Rumi's teaching, that it is love that is at the center of worship and of reality. It is love and the state of the heart that binds the human to God, and it is through love that we reach the divine, a love that is all-encompassing. Loving worship of God even comes before outer ritual practices. It is the goal that is prioritized, not the way there. Rumi, unlike many others in his day, isn't focused on the formalities of the law, but on the state of the soul and the heart. It is this that truly matters. In some ways, love even transcends religion and religious laws. We shouldn't misunderstand this to mean a rejection of the religious law, but rather that love is universal, and in a state of complete loving absorption in God and in union, one transcends all multiplicity, including religious divisions. Quote, "The faith of love is separate from all others. For lovers, faith and piety are God." There are many religions and spiritual paths in the world, and Islam is the one that will fully lead to salvation according to Rumi, but for most, the goal is the same: God. Quote, "Every saintly friend and prophet has a path, but all the paths that lead to God are one." Or, quote, "Beyond Kufr and Islam, there is a desert plain. In that middle space our passions reign. When the Gnostic arrives there, he'll prostrate himself. Not kufr, not Islam, nor is there any space in that domain. Ultimately, the world is a unity. Truth is one, regardless of sectarian divisions. It is human words and concepts that create division and conflict. Quote, "Division in mankind is born of names. When names reach meaning, there is harmony." In such statements, we can clearly see someone who is disinterested in sectarian divisions. Although he was a Sunni Muslim and was devoted to that particular path, he also seems to state that beyond such outer conflicts and divisions, there is a singular truth, the truth of love and unity. Rumi calls on the listeners to come to that place of love, regardless of who they are. In one of the most famous and often quoted poems, quote, come again, whatever you are, come again. If you're a kafir or idol worshipper, come again. This home of ours is not a home of hopelessness. Even if you've repented 100 times, come again. In relation to some of these ideas, many have connected the thought of Rumi with that of his famous older contemporary, Ibn Arabi, and his doctrine, which later became known as Wahdat al-Wujud, or the unity of being. As we saw, it's quite likely that Rumi knew of Ibn Arabi and that he might have even met him when he lived in Damascus. Rumi was also friends with and lived in the same city as Ibn Arabi's chief disciple, Sadruddin Qunawi. But as scholars like William Chittick have convincingly argued, there is little reason to think that Ibn Arabi's ideas had any direct influence on Rumi. Although there are similarities, there are also many significant differences, as Rumi's writings lack many of the characteristic teachings and vocabulary of the school of Ibn Arabi. In terms of his metaphysics and philosophy, another one of the most central key themes for Rumi is the distinction he draws between form, surah, and meaning, ma'na. The world that we experience, the world of multiplicity, is a kind of illusion. It's a dream, a veil over reality through forms that hide the meanings behind it. Most people only see the forms of the world, the surface-level foam on the ocean or the dust in the wind, and they never realize that all these forms are pointing to the hidden realities or reality behind it all. They are the outer manifestation of that hidden meaning. William Chittick explains, quote, ultimately, meaning is that thing as it is known to God himself. And since God is beyond any sort of multiplicity, in the last analysis, the meaning of all things is God. In other words, behind the illusion and veil of multiplicity, there is a unity or oneness, namely God. The world as we know it is, according to Rumi, like a shadow. But this isn't Gnosticism. Rumi is not a complete denier of the physical world. As we've seen, all of reality is pervaded by a kind of oneness or unity. The forms are the manifestations of the meaning. It is only our misunderstanding that creates trouble. Chittick again says, quote, form and meaning are inextricably connected. Form derives from meaning, and meaning manifests itself as form. Since the two are the outward and inward aspects of a single reality, each is important in its own way. But for most people, the danger lies in giving too much importance to form and not understanding that it derives its existence and significance from meaning. And this is where we find some of those similarities between Rumi and thinkers like Ibn Arabi, that the two seemingly hold what many would perceive as a kind of monistic worldview. Just like for Ibn Arabi, Rumi seems to imply that ultimately there is only God, and that all other things are a kind of illusion. At the core of reality is a unity or oneness hiding beneath the multiplicity of apparent existence or form. This kind of idea can be found all over Rumi's works. For example, in the very opening section of the Masnavi, which says, quote, the lover is a veil, all is beloved. Beloved lives, the lover is a corpse. Or in the Divan, where he says, quote, my soul and yours have been essentially one, as well as my appearance and yours, and my hiddenness and yours. Only for the sake of others' understanding did I say mine and yours, since in reality there is no me and you in my interior and yours. We must be careful to not interpret these ideas as crude pantheism, though. There is always a clear distinction between God and creation in a sense, and Rumi, just like his fellow Sufis, are always very careful to not say that God is ever incarnated in the human being in any way, or that it is a situation where the two essences become one, the human and God, so to say. He makes this clear in one of the quatrains from the Divan, quote, As long as the servant of God does not become absolutely extinguished of self, the unity of God does not become verified by him. Unity is not the descent of God into you, it is you not being. For something false does not become true merely by idle boasting. Or in another quatrain, quote, anyone who ties something untied into a knot laughs at his own condition and the condition of the world. They speak words about union and separation, yet how can something that was never separated be joined? But there is no denying, as is clear from these same verses, that there are many indications in Rumi's writings pointing to what we can semi-problematically refer to as a kind of monism. It doesn't help that many of the most major commentaries of the Masnavi were done from the perspective of Ibn Arabi's school, further of course solidifying that kind of interpretation of the poems. But Rumi was his own person, with unique ideas that he inherited from his Iranian form of Sufism, but there are clearly many parallels here too. Jalal ad-Din Muhammad al-Balkhi, known widely as Maulana Rumi, passed away in 1273 at just over 65 years old. His funeral was attended by scores of people in the city, not only fellow Muslims, but Christians and Jews, young and old, poor people and the political leaders, all of whom mourned the loss of a saint and spiritual giant that impacted just about everyone. The funeral prayers were led by another major Sufi figure, Sadruddin Qunawi, and eventually a major shrine was erected on the site of Rumi's burial, which still stands today as a centerpiece of the city of Konya. Clearly, by the time he died, Rumi was already a major figure in various respects, and he left behind a legacy of both students and devoted admirers, but also the massive output of poetry that we've already mentioned. Poetry that would still be read and admired around the world 800 years later. Even to this day, the anniversary of his death, what is known as the Sheb-i Aruz, which means the wedding night, is celebrated every year with a lot of people coming to Konya, to the shrine of Rumi, to celebrate and listen to Sama and all these kinds of things. In Sufism, so to explain this concept of the wedding night, in Sufism, it is thought that at death, when someone dies, they are reunited with God. So death is seen as something very positive. It is like, again, like the name suggests, like a wedding night. The urs, it is often called, when someone dies. It's that someone returns to God and is united with God, just like a bride and bridegroom would be united at their wedding. So every year, the death of Rumi is celebrated and he is remembered on this day, which since the Gregorian calendar was implemented, is celebrated, I believe, on December 17th every year. And the center of these celebrations are, of course, in Konya, even today. The significant group of followers and students that he had established, his school of Sufism, so to say, was first led by Hussam ad-Din, the aforementioned disciple central to the composition of the Masnavi, but eventually leadership of the Brotherhood went to Rumi's son, Sultan Valad, who would become a key figure in the development of his father's community into a proper Sufi order. Sultan Valad wrote several important works himself, including poetry, but it must have been hard to sort of follow someone like Rumi and with that responsibility. Imagine having Rumi as your father and then trying to pursue poetry. Seems like a lot of pressure. In any case, it is in these succeeding years and decades after Maulana's death that we see the development of the Mevlevi Sufi order, based on Rumi's teachings and lineage, which is today famous around the world and has been one of the most influential Sufi orders in history. The Mevlevi order is very much based on the personality, teachings, and practices of Rumi. It emphasizes love as a key driving force and takes an approach to Sufism that is decidedly what we often call intoxicated or ecstatic. Rumi's poetry was and remains an important component of this tariqah, being recited regularly during ritual events and gatherings. Furthermore, Rumi's great love for music and sama, that spiritual concert that we talked about, developed into a staple and cornerstone of the Mevlevi tradition. The way that Rumi and his disciples would perform the sama, with a whirling or spinning kind of dance or motion, became an elaborate and highly ritualized practice in later centuries and is today famous as the so-called whirling dervishes. The dervishes whirl in a motion that reflects the motions of the planets, the spinning motion, which is a central motion of the entire universe and reality. One arm extended upwards and the other stretched outward to the side, representing a kind of reception and transmission, receiving the divine love and spreading it outwardly around you. This is at least one among many interpretations of the symbolism at play here. And on top of this, the Mevlevi order also, of course, involved more standard aspects of Sufi practice, such as dhikr, for instance, particularly a form of dhikr where the name Allah is chanted over and over again, as well as things like retreats, fasting, and other such techniques. The Mevlevi order eventually became one of the most, if not the most, powerful and popular Sufi order in the Ottoman Empire. Indeed, the order and its sheikhs and leaders often had close contact with the Ottoman sultans, who would sponsor the building of Mevlevi buildings and lodges. For example, the famous Ottoman Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent was involved with the building of the Sama Hall in the great Mevlevi complex in Konya. The Mevleviya, together with the Naqshbandiya, were often seen as more orthodox Sufi orders that adhere to the principles of Islamic law, whereas other orders in the region were looked at with more suspicion by the state, such as the Bektashi order, for example, whose status kind of wavered and varied with the times. But despite this great popularity and the general fame of Rumi as a poet and spiritual master around the Islamic world, the Mevlevi order has remained mostly based in Anatolia. There have been significant communities in Damascus, Jerusalem, and Tripoli in Lebanon, but the majority of Mevlevi activities have taken place in the heartlands of the Ottoman Empire. This status as a more orthodox Sufi order wasn't always obvious though, as there have often been individuals and sheikhs that have taken a more antinomian path. The scholar Ahmed Kara Mustafa argues in his book God's Unruly Friends that there has always existed two strands or attitudes within the Mevlevi community. One that more closely adheres to the rules of the Sharia and the expectations of Muslim piety and behavior, the mainstream in other words, and another that is more antinomian and leaning towards Malamati or Qalandari Sufism. The Malamatis, which literally means the people of blame or the blameworthy, is a certain strand or attitude within Sufism where one's inner spiritual state is hidden from the outside world, sometimes by acting in questionable ways that break social norms. The Qalandariya often represents the most extreme form of this tendency, with individuals that would consciously break all kinds of laws and norms. They would drink alcohol, urinate in public, they would shave off all their hair, including beard and eyebrows, and often they would wander around singing and dancing. All this had a spiritual purpose. It was a way of fighting the ego or self in the most extreme way by literally making other people despise you for your behavior. A really fascinating group of mystics. And there have been certain Mevlevis in history, sometimes even prominent leader figures, that have leaned towards these kinds of movements and attitudes. With that said, the majority of Mevlevis and their general reputation has been quite the opposite. After the death of Rumi, the highest leadership of the order was carried on by his descendants. The first one was his son, Sultan Balad, as we saw, but this line has continued until this very day. The leaders of the Mevlevi order were given the title Chelebi, and it is the Chelebi that has the highest authority, being able to decide who is an official sheikh or master within the order. The current leader of the Mevlevis is Farooq Hamdam Chelebi. With that said, the organizational structure of the Mevlevis have altered significantly during the last century or so, even to some degree sort of falling apart in some ways. While the Mevlevis, as we said, had a pretty good standing and a relationship with the Ottoman sultans during the Ottoman Empire, this would significantly change in the 20th century. When the Ottoman Empire fell apart and the Republic of Turkey was formed, there was a new attitude towards religion. Turkey was to become a secular state, and there were many different processes that were set in motion to make Turkey secular. And Sufism in this new Turkey was seen as old superstition. These Sufi orders had way too much power, and so in 1925, Sufism and all its activities were officially forbidden in Turkey. So all the Mevlevi lodges were closed down. They were forbidden from performing their classic rituals like Sama and Dhikr, and this still remains the rule to this day. This has had a significant impact on the order in the modern world for obvious reasons. Like the Sama ritual, for instance, which has been such a central part of the order, can be experienced today by tourists, but this is mostly because it has been constructed or it's painted as a cultural heritage, right? A cultural practice and not a religious ritual. This is why it has been allowed to continue.
But it's a religious ritual.
In some fashion in Turkey today and can be experienced.
Like because mostly because
by
like as he explained earlier, right? Like you're supposed to keep one arm up and one arm down, right? And one finger also is supposed to technically, from what I remember, is supposed to be pointing up as representation of God, right? So like there are different stages of the whirlingness, like different parts of whirling. So like if you've ever watched them, like they start in a circle with like a cloak on, right? And then in the second half they remove the cloak, right, which is supposed to be showing kind of like your enlightenment towards God and receptiveness towards God. But yeah, we may like maybe next week we'll watch like a video on the whirling dervishes.
Tourist. But the actual practices and the Mevlevi order as such has altered significantly, and the hierarchical structure and the organizational structure of the order has, compared to earlier, kind of fallen apart. But the legacy of Jalaluddin Rumi and the Mevlevis live on around the world in different ways. Official sheikhs recognized by the Chalabi, such as Kabir Helminski in the US, keep the order alive, and of course, it is the poetry of Rumi that has taken the world by storm. Books of translation of Rumi's poems sell in numbers that other modern poets could only dream of. It really is an amazing development. But like we mentioned earlier, many of these popular translations often greatly alter the original meaning and flavor of Rumi's works. In particular, the Islamic character of the poetry is often removed completely. They can be read and enjoyed as poetry on its own, but not necessarily as always representing the thoughts and words of Rumi himself. On top of this, there's also a whole ocean of fake Rumi quotes out there. I would say that a lot of, if not maybe even the majority of those famous quotes by Rumi that we see on Instagram or Twitter and all these other sites are either outright fake, like not being by Rumi at all, or they have been significantly altered in their translation so that most people, in the West especially, have a kind of skewed image of Rumi and his actual teachings. For more quote-unquote accurate translations that stick more closely to the original Persian meanings, we have to turn elsewhere. There are many different translations of Rumi out there, and it can be hard to navigate where to turn and who to trust. If you want scholarly translations of his poetry, there are actually some great options out there. When it comes to the Masnavi, I would especially recommend the works of Nicholson, Mojaddedi, and Alan Williams. The only actual full translation of all the 6 books of Rumi, at least like a scholarly translation, are those by Reynold A. Nicholson, which was written, I think was finished in 1940, or at least in the 1940s. This still holds up. It's a good translation, although it's kind of a dry translation. It has this sort of old style of language, and it can be a little dry, although it sticks pretty closely to the original meanings, if that's what you're after. There is also a more recent translation by Jawad Mojaddedi, which is a beautiful poetic translation. So Mojaddedi has actually tried to mimic the rhyming and melody of the original Persian in a really beautiful way. So it's a really aesthetically pleasing translation to read, although because of this methodology, he has of course been forced to make some creative, taking some creative liberties in order to make them rhyme and work in this way. But still, I would highly recommend this translation. It is accurate and it's really beautiful to read. At the moment of recording this, Mojaddedi has only released the first 5 books out of 6, but hopefully the last one should be coming out in the coming years. And then lastly, the most recently started translation project of the Masnavi is that by Alan Williams, which is also highly recommended and really, really beautiful. It does not take the poetic rhyming approach of Mojaddedi, instead sticking closer to the original Persian and the like word for word meanings, but still being very aesthetically pleasing and beautiful to read. So those, when it comes to the Masnavi, those are the translations that I would recommend. Alan Williams's translation has only so far put out the first 2 books out of 6. So that's still also sort of work in progress, but very much looking forward to the rest of those coming out. And for now, you can enjoy the first 2 books. Maybe that's a good thing, so you can sort of get a slow start, take one thing at a time, because it is a long work. As for Rumi's divan, or collection of poems, the Divan-i Shams, things are more complicated. There is no full translation of the entire divan into English, but there are a few selections, nice sizable representations of some of the poems. The Quatrains of Rumi by Ibrahim Gemard and Rawan Farhadi is a translation of all the quatrains, or rubayat, from the Divan in particular, and is highly recommended. For a selection of the ghazals, you can consult Arthur John Arbery's works, particularly the 2-volume collection Mystical Poems of Rumi, which include 400 of the ghazals from the Divan. As for the prose works, in particular his discourses, or fihi ma fihi, Arbery has also published a translation of this work under the title Discourses of Rumi. There is also a more recent and very competent translation of the same work by W.M. Thaxton, which is called Science of the Unseen, The Discourses of Rumi. So now you have a place to start, so you can hopefully too start to explore the wonderful masterpieces that are the many poems and works of Jalaluddin Rumi. We've seen that his life is a fascinating tale of love, war, conflict, and heartbreak, living through one of the most eventful periods in the history of the Middle East. We've explored the different aspects of his life that would have inspired and been a catalyst for his poetry, and gotten to know him and those around him a little closer. Hopefully, this allows us to appreciate even more the absolutely awe-inspiring poetry that he has become so famous for. The Masnavi remains one of the most famous and revered works of literature in history, even, as we saw, being called the Quran in Persian and being appreciated by people from various backgrounds and spiritual leanings. Rumi left behind a legacy not just of poetry, but as a beacon of spiritual light in the world, one of the great mystics and luminaries in world history, who was beloved by Muslims as well as Christians and Jews for his openness and understanding, his kind nature, and the way that he was able to speak to the common man and convey the most lofty spiritual ideals. It is therefore not surprising that he's just as relevant today as he has ever been, and that his poems in different forms reach people on different continents and over a time span of almost a millennium. Through him, the wailing lament of the Ney can still be heard around the world. I'll see you next time.
Another good one. He has such great work. I really enjoy a lot of his videos. You know, they're just really good. Okay. All right, and here is the link for everybody in chat. And of course, it's been in Discord. And if you're not in my Discord, here is that link. And speaking of Discord, I just changed some settings right now. So if you are in my Discord, you do have to go to rules and oh my gosh, you have to go to rules / verification and go agree to that stuff first before y'all get back in it. Sorry that I'm not sorry, but yeah, so y'all will have to do your thing first. And then I also did add some fun colors on Get Rolls. And then I'll eventually, whenever I get a chance to commit some actual real time to, I will do your pronouns. That pronouncing is just, that's a lot of work. it's a lot of work. So yeah. Oh, I forgot to change one setting. Hold on. There we go. Oh, you know what? Nope. Yep, you gotta save the. You gotta save your links. There we go. Oh my gosh, it's just telling me. Yeah. I don't see it. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, it's there. It's there, y'all. It's there. But yeah, sorry, I was doing some of that while listening to Philip's video. It just gave me that opportunity because I like to, I really like to listen and do stuff in the background a lot of the times. But yeah, like his stuff is still, it's still cool. Oh wait, there's more. Yeah, okay. Well, Meebot is Meebot is Meebotting in right now. So, yeah. But let's see. I don't know if anybody has questions about Islam or anything of that sort that anybody would like to ask me. I should probably turn my camera back on. Yeah, like if anybody has any questions on Islam, then I mean now is the time to call in. I'll open up the lines for about 10-15 minutes. See if anybody has any questions. If not, then I'll just close out tonight then. Hold up. Okay. Trying to go into this so that way I can get to requests. I know it's kind of late for people on the East Coast. But I will turn these requests on. Eventually, I'll be on time one of these days. Fridays are just hard for me. I'm just like, it's Friday. It's Friday. See what I did there? But yeah, I'll leave this on for, 10 minutes or so. See if anybody wants to call in. I'll just update my thing, which is fine. I think my update might be off, which is fine. I don't really care. It's just nice for me to see it. It's more or less for me to see it, and not necessarily for you, but also for y'all. Kinda. So we'll see if it comes up, but I didn't see it come up earlier. Y'all don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm like talking about it in my mind like y'all fucking know what I'm talking about. I know y'all don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's just part of my bot notifications. But yeah, if anybody has any questions about Islam or about Sufism, which we, oh nope, it's still there. Okay, see, it came up. The notification came up. I was just logging in right now to check and see if it was on, because I was like, I changed my my stream title at the beginning of stream, and like it did not like send me a notification like it did now. But yeah, and there it is, chat. I'll be taking your calls. If anybody wants to call in, call 1-800-TWITCH. It's at the request is at the top of the screen, or excuse me, at the top of chat. All you have to do is just make sure to use Google and or Firefox to start your guest star call. If you would like to come on and ask any questions, or even today is also the day that you can debate me about religion. I did forget to leave that out, didn't I? I did. Because I said that on Wednesday, that I don't want any religion talk on Wednesdays when I have my open debate me days. Or like a call-in. I would just rather you do it on a Friday, when I'm actually talking about Islam and religion and stuff. Then it actually works better together. But yeah. It just depends on y'all. If I don't get any call-ins here within the next 10 minutes or whatever. Oh, look, it's 4:20. I've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Hey, yo. Yeah, if I don't get any callers, then I will just end my stream, which is totally fine. It's kind of late, and I would like to go play Fortnite. Which is I do a lot of Fortnite on stream and off stream. And I love me some Fortnite. Or maybe I'll go play whatchamacallit, No Man's Sky. I still got a bunch of shit to do in that game. Yeah, I think I might want to play that too. See, 50-50. It's like, what games do I want to play? Fortnite or No Man's Sky, or both? Shoot, why am I not permanent? Why am I not permanent? I can do both, just not at the same time. Because I would like to shoot some people and still get my levels up. I still have some quests that I need to do in that too. And chat, my loyal subscribers out there. I need to get y'all's opinion, which I may do a poll, which I just did a new poll in Discord. And I might start a poll to figure out what day you would like to do community games. Whether that be on the weekend or during the week. Because technically I still have Mondays and Tuesday open if y'all want to do community days. Or we can do like 2 days worth of community days. Maybe one day we like play games and the other day we like watch a show or a movie or something of that sort. like that would also be cool if someone wants to like be like, we should go watch this, and I'll be like, okay, you know, I can do like and this can all play into this. I can do like suggestions, like we do like a suggestions of like what games to play every week, or like a suggestions of like what movie or show we should watch or binge. Like I'm down for all of that. I'm down for all of that. Like I said, it can be like during the week or during the weekend or both. If there's like a day where y'all would just like to chill out on a Monday or Tuesday and just be like, I just want to like chill or watch a movie today, and like, you know, then I'm fine with that. Or if you would just keep on preferring me playing games on Mondays and Tuesdays, or sometimes I'm not here Mondays and Tuesdays too. Just kind of depends how I feel. Same thing for weekends, just kind of depends how I feel. You know, like we could maybe come together for that, you know. Like I said, I'm completely open. You know, I want to cultivate a really good community here, and I mean, I know some of y'all are real good community members, and I really appreciate that a lot. But like now I want to like kind of give back to community, give back to you, and hear what y'all want to do or play, or like, you know, I'm down for all of it. I'm down for all of it. It just is more or less depending on what y'all would like to do. Well, you know, I value y'all's feedback and communications. So yeah, we'll have to figure that out. Cool. I also did a Get Rolls one where you can pick your favorite color. I'll do another one where you can pick where you are in the world, which I think is kind of cool. Antarctica. A penguin. You're a penguin. Yeah, I don't know if I should like color code. See, this is a thing about getting on like doing Discord shit. It's just fucking not. You want to color code shit? Like, I mean, it's not like you can really color code like where the fuck you like. That's where you're at. Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and put this in, you know, Get Rolls. Get to see where everybody's from, right? And I'll do one more for your zodiacs. And also, by the way, Capricorn is the best zodiac. Just so we know. Yeah, just again, something that's fun. You don't have to pick your zodiac sign. But you know, if it's just something for fun you can do in your Get Rolls. And like I said, eventually I'll do pronouns, because I want to color code pronouns. That's a lot. Like I said, that's a lot. And I already did colors, okay? Colors is already done, but then you have to think about more colors that you want to do for like pronouns. And I am that bitch who will color code. Okay, I worked for Victoria's Secret. I can Roy G. Biff some underwear. I can Roy G. Biff some pronouns. So, yeah. yeah, I will do gender pronouns. It's just, y'all just have to give me some time. Like this was already a lot today listening to this, and like I said, I didn't have too many comments to stuff to say about today and Rumi and Sufism and stuff. I was mostly here to just listen and learn with y'all, because I'm like, I don't know anything either. I don't know anything. So I would be lying to you if I decided that I was going to be like, yeah, I'm going to say a bunch of stuff that I don't really know about. I know a little bit about the royal dervishes, but like, other than that, like, I really don't know too much, like, 411, you know. I wanted to learn about Sufism too. Like, I mean, like, I've always viewed Sufism as part of like Islam. I didn't think it was like a different sect, maybe, because like I said, like, I have someone in my masjid who's Sufi, and she like practices dhikr with us, and like, I don't think that like practicing dhikr is like always exclusive to like Sufism, but in Canada, I think it has offshoots and stuff of that too, right? Because it is like a remembrance of Allah, and Allah tells you that always remember Him, right? So yeah, like, that's fine, you know. And I know that she's mentioned a couple times that, you know, she was late for her Sufism classes and stuff like that. So I'm like, that's how I know she's a Sufi. But like I said, like, in my masjid, we accept everybody. You practice in Islam, or even you're questioning about Islam, then you're welcome. You're welcome. There's no like, you belong in this sect and yeah, no. It's like, we've had Sunnis, we have Shiites, and, you know, I'm a Quranist. Like, I am also an anti-Hadith. I'm also anti-Hadith. You know, which some people in my masjid know I'm very, very loud about that. But, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, you know, just because I question men, I just question men. That's all. You know, like, the thing that is, it's history. It's history. Like, and something that Philip like said earlier in the video, you know, it's just like, things are just lost history. We may never know, like, right? Like, we may never know what happened to Shams. Like, we may never know, because it's fucking history, right? And that's just like the angle that like I look at it in, right? Like, can certain things be like copied and passed down correctly throughout the generations? Yes, right? There some things that can just pop up 200 years later and are just like, hey, well, guess what? And this is the truth now. Yes, absolutely. And like I said, to say that it doesn't happen in any religion, or like, is a lie, right? Because it can happen in any religion. Any religion's not just exclusive to my personal opinions of this, you know? So yeah. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, like I said, about tonight, our video that we watched, or anything of that sort, we can, more than welcome to ask. I should probably, my poor sleeves. It's cold. It was cold. I was cold in here. I put on some socks and like put on my sweater. But yeah. Let me see what's going on over here. Over her. But I hope that everybody enjoyed tonight's videos. We'll finish up the rest of those videos tomorrow, or excuse me, next week. It's not too much longer. It's not too much longer. just a few videos we'll be able to get through quickly, and then we'll see what I come up with next week. You know, so yeah, it just kind of, it all depends on a bunch of different things. But yeah. Okay, then I guess I have no callers, no call-ins, zero call-ins, which is fine. Maybe I should do call-ins in the beginning, I don't know. But then I just feel like I wouldn't be able to get there all my content, because then we might get really derailed by like conversations or good conversations or something. And so I just like don't also want that to happen either. Gosh, it's just, yeah. Yeah, it's just what it is. Just what it is. But yeah. Okay. Well, if there's nothing else to be said here, Colin's going once, Colin's going twice, Colin's going 3 times. All right, it's getting turned off, you know. I waited 10 minutes, y'all, and none of y'all decided to call in, so I'll just end the request for the call-ins. Not a problem. But like I said, I like to give you all the opportunity to have y'all's voices heard and said, or ask questions about my personal beliefs or anything of that sort. You know, that's all fun and cool with me. We're all here about learning anyway. Yeah. Because I know if I get stayed up and I decide to play games, I would be up forever. I would just keep playing. And I really don't want to do that to myself. When I can be doing it offline and not on camera and not have to keep talking about all everything that I'm doing. You know, streamers, y'all understand me. Y'all streamers out there understand me. I love doing that. Not to say, don't get me wrong, I do. I love, you know, giving y'all the play-by-play of what I'm doing and what's going through my mind. But yeah, you know, it gets a little lonely when y'all aren't there and I'm not on camera and I'm just doing this shit. You feel me? I'm just doing this shit. But yeah, you know. Yeah. But okay, well, I guess I'll just go ahead and end stream. I don't know why Capricorn isn't, because really I should have did this by like the order of your, because I'm like, there's Capricorn. I am a Capricorn through and through. January babies, rise up. So yeah. But yeah, like I said, y'all, people who are in my Discord, you will have to now do verification that you accept and agree to my rules before you're able to post anything in the Discord. So that's why you don't see it then. That's why. And if you have any questions, then send me a DM. Okay? If you're wondering why you can't get into Discord, why you can't see anything, send me a DM. And I'll tell you that it's everybody. You just have to verify that you agree to the rules. And you're in. That's it. You're good. I changed a bunch of my fucking settings on everything so people can stop complaining about not being able to do shit. I love all y'all, but truly, like, y'all just, sometimes y'all just gotta give me time to do it. Because like I said, it's a lot. It's getting overwhelming. Doing this while I was watching a video was calming. Doing it by myself when I'm not doing something else, like listening to something, is very difficult. It's just the way that my brain works out sometimes, you know? But that's okay. Yes, like this. Today. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. They popped in the Discord and they popped on out. That's fine. That's fine. Not a thing for me. That's fine. I can see everything y'all do. It's my Discord, y'all. Okay? Y'all don't know that I got all the powers. I got all the powers, okay? But yeah, I really wanted to get off here. But y'all know what we do first. I am debating on whether or not I want to raid out or not. Do I really want to raid? Do I want to raid? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I won't do that. Yeah, I don't think I will write out today. That's fine, but y'all know how I close out my streams anyway. I guess check Discord for updates about whether or not I am streaming or not streaming. As always. Because that's always important to do. But yeah, I appreciate everybody staying the night or this evening with me, and I will hopefully see y'all next time. Yeah, and this stream will get reposted as soon as I'm done off of here. But I will actually change it back to its original title, which is fine. That's not that's a fairly easy thing to do, maybe. Let's see how easy it will be. Okay. Oops. Alright, there we go. I'll change it back to the original, so that way when I post it, I don't have to do too much, and it's just make my life a lot easier. Alright, everybody. I'll see y'all next time. Thanks for joining me. No raid, no raid.
Lego. Hey, I'm really proud of y'all. Montgomery Brawl. Bitch. Not one but them all. Montgomery Brawl. Shout out bro that can swim. Montgomery Brawl. Salute shit, really all of them. Montgomery Brawl. Shout out Unc with the chair. Montgomery Brawl. Everybody that was there. Montgomery Brawl. Threw the hat off at the start. Montgomery Brawl. Man, shout out to the girl. Montgomery Brawl. Hey, now y'all done started some shit, so we gon' finish y'all it. Did. And this time, everybody about to witness it. Y'all. Bro told them to move, just doing this job. But y'all wanted to jump him, so now we got a prize. Let's get it. All right, bet. Let me tell y'all what really happened. Heard they was jumping on my cousin. Let me off, Captain. Cuz came out the water like, let's get it cracking. Unc came with the chair like I got some action. Cuz came no shirt like I got Sebastian. I got him. Even the women getting hit like, damn, what happened? Hey, this shit was kinda lit like, damn, it's cracking. I even seen a rock bottom like, damn, this wrestling. Seen a couple of them boys go night-night. And we got the first black man to swim to a fight. Salute. If you mad at this song, don't mention me. Don't do it. But fuck that chair going down in history. Hey, I'm really proud of y'all. Montgomery Brawl. Bitch. Not one but them all. Montgomery Brawl. Shout out bro that can swim. Montgomery Broad. Salute shit, really all of them. Montgomery Broad. Shout out Unc with the chair. Montgomery Broad. Everybody that was there. Montgomery Broad. Threw the hat off at the start. Montgomery Broad. Man, shout out to the guard. Montgomery Broad. Yeah, this a real good moment in history right now. Let us all smile. Salute.
Have a good day.